Hello and welcome to a Saturday edition of Blind Eye Live. We will be doing reactions, live pick analysis of the 4th through 7th rounds of the draft. I'm hoping I'll make it through the whole thing. I'm at least going to try, or I'm definitely guaranteeing I'll make it through rounds 4 and 5, but depending on what's going on, I've got nothing else really to do today until after this is over. I got to do some cleaning at some point. And I gotta set my drum kit back up. That's what's in those cases back there behind me. So, get my direction right. So, I should have fired up my my YouTube TV before this. But, no, there's still some great players on the board. Some of my best available guys for sure. Hello, cat. This is not a good time. Well, if I can find. Let me search. Sorry, I'm having to. I've got it up on my iPad, so I can use my TV for what I want to. Boom. All right, here we go. So, if we're looking, or before everything kicks off here in a few minutes, just some of the best available players going into day 3. My number 4 rated corner, Zion McCollum, is still available. I had him rated higher than a lot of people, but I know that Marcus Whitman, that franchise guy here on YouTube, was a big fan of Zion McCollum as well. I'm not shocked. I did a lot of work on some of the FCS and smaller Group of 5 conference players that I thought a lot of people don't know. Like, a lot of people have watched the big guys, like especially fans. But there's a lot of really great small school prospects in this draft. Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State, Sam Webb out of Missouri Western, are a couple. Jacoby Durant out of South Carolina State. These are all guys I expected to go on day 3, but I wouldn't be shocked if they outperform some of these Power 5 guys who went ahead of them. I can't believe that a guy like Flott out of LSU went ahead of Zion McCollum. Yeah, he's 6'2". He's got some pretty good speed and quickness, but he's thin. He's fine. But Zion McCollum's so much better. But we've got two quarterbacks, or two really good or in my opinion, quarterbacks with first-round level talent on the board still, and that is Sam Howell and Carson Strong, who I knew wouldn't go first round. But if he gets back to, if his knee's 100% moving forward, look out. That guy has top-tier, best in this draft class arm talent. But Sam Howell, my QB1, is still on the board. I believe in Sam Howell. And I'll tell you what, it'd be really interesting to see a team like the Giants take Sam Howell. I've got NFL Network up, and one of the guys on there just mentioned Jacoby Durant being potentially the steal of the third round. I mean, of the day 3. And South Carolina, I'll say this: if you wanted to bet on a small school producing a quality player, if there is a South Carolina State guy who's on your radar, he's probably going to hit. Just some recent guys who came out of South Carolina State: Javon Hargrave and Darius Leonard. Jacoby Durant had 2 interceptions against Clemson. He's legit. He was the MEAC Defensive Player of the Year. And he's just a gamer. He's 5'10", 180, sub 4.4 speed. I believe he ran a 4.3, 840. Really quick, like lightning quick. And really good ball skills and instincts. He just, to me, he's another one of these South Carolina State guys. And also, arguably, the father of the modern pass rusher, Deacon Jones. You might want to say Gino Marchetti, but Deacon Jones coined the term sack. Deacon Jones came from South Carolina State back in the day. A lot of these FCS, especially the HBCUs, the historically black college and universities, those schools produce some really good players. There's a lot of talent down there right now. I mean, because a lot of them are located in the southeastern United States. There ain't a better place to go for athletes than the southeastern United States, except maybe California, and Texas is right next door to that too. But the HBCUs have a lot of talent. And I mentioned a number of, I mentioned some guys during the draft process. Marquis Bell, who's one of my favorite day 3 safety prospects from Florida A&M. Great. I think he's going to be a real steal in this draft. Looking at quarterbacks, let's just go through position by position some of the guys. So I mentioned Howell and Strom. Bailey Zapp is on the board. And I'll give you a high upside developmental quarterback that I've really latched onto in the last month that I've gotten to him in my evaluation process. Cole Johnson. I believe it's Cole Johnson, out of the quarterback from James Madison University. 3,800 passing yards, 68% completion percentage, 41 touchdowns, 4 interceptions this past season. He's 6'5", 215. He's not the most mobile guy, but he's not necessarily like a statue. But he's definitely a pocket quarterback. He's got great arm talent. He's got some stuff he's got to work on. He'll have to get up to speed. He can do better at getting through his progressions. But the talent is apparent with this guy. At the very least, somebody should be taking a flyer on him somewhere at the end of the draft, because this guy has talent. But 157 picks today. To put that into context, there were 105 picks over the first 2 days of the draft. So there's a lot of stuff going on. The Blue Man Group's on stage? What? This is interesting. I don't understand what's going on here. Okay, I'm going to ignore that and get back to what I was doing. Moving to the halfback position, a lot of great running backs on the board still. Ty Chandler, Pierre Strong, Samir White, Damian Pierce, Isaiah Spiller. My numbers 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, I believe, in my rankings. Jerome Ford still on the board. Tyler Beatty, Abram Smith of Baylor. There's plenty of them. Fans are already booing Goodell, which is great. Wide receiver, the top receiver left on the board is Calvin Austin right now. There's still a lot of talented receivers left to go. Isaiah Weston out of Northern Iowa. Kyle Phillips out of UCLA. Big fan of Phillips. I think he's got... he's just that Hunter Renfrow, Julian Edelman mold. Like, you know exactly what type of receiver I'm talking about when I say those names. I'm just going to pull that out because that's distracting me. Let's see some other receivers on the board. Khalil Shakir out of Boise State. Justin Ross out of Clemson. Dejon Dixon. I want to say Nicholls State, but I believe that's wrong. But another HBCU receiver, or prospect who he's big, he's mean. He ran like a 4.6 240. He's so strong and dominant. You know, I criticized, or I talked about at the end of last night, David Bell got drafted, and how I'm not in love with Bell. He reminds me, because he's got 4.6 range speed. He's got a little more elusiveness than Dixon, but I don't think Bell's going to be able to do stuff in the NFL with what bit of, like, elusiveness he has, because he's just not that fast or quick. Dixon, on the other hand, he's a tank, and he can create late separation. He does a great job of boxing out. Bell, considering his thickness, like Bell's 6 foot 212, he's got an interesting body type, but he just reminds me of N'Keal Harry, because N'Keal Harry had, you know, a lot of, you know, elusiveness on tape and made plays, but he didn't create separation, and that's kind of what he reminds me of. So the Rams have 7 picks today. They're going to be, and they usually own day 3. They do a great job. So Tampa Bay is on the clock at the top of the round. And if I'm looking on the board they already went with Logan Hall. Perry and Winfrey's on the board at interior line. He could be a pick here. I was going through the receivers. To move on to, like, the tight end position, Daniel Bellinger. There's a ton of guys on the board. Daniel Bellinger, Cade Otton, Jake Ferguson, high upside guy, Amani Rogers, Tanner Connor, who's wide receiver tight end, same with Rogers. Oh, man, there's so many tight ends. Grant Calcaterra, Isaiah Likely, Jalen Weidermeyer. Like, there's at least 10 potential tight end 2s, like good tight end 2s with potential to be tight end 1s on the board right now. Offensive line, Zach Tom is still on the board. Daniel Fa'alele out of Minnesota, massive offensive tackle, still on the board. The Ravens have 6 fourth-round picks, by the way, right now. That's insane. Wouldn't be shocked if they end up trading a couple of those for future draft picks in future years. But Darian Kinnard still on the board. Oh, I forgot Charlie Kohler at tight end. Kohler's on the board. I love him. He's got, if there is a Travis Kelce in this draft, it's Kohler. He's actually, his game is the most like Travis Kelce of any tight end that's come out. Well, since Kelce, really. See, Rashad Walker of Penn State on the board at tackle. Jamari Sawyer at guard. I think the Bucks could go corner here. Let's see. Oh, Kellen Deesh of Arizona State still on the board. Where's my dude? Max Mitchell's still on the board, who ScoutsInc has rated way too low. Same with Spencer Burford of UTSA. Big fan of him as well. The day 3 announcement is from Germany. Okay. They got Kennard listed as a guard. Sawyer Tom, of course, listed as a guard. Justin Schaefer also here. Chris Paul out of Tulsa still on the board. Cade Mays out of Tennessee. A lot of good interior linemen. Donovan West at center, still on the board. Alec Lindstrom, his older brother Chris, is a really quality guard for the Atlanta Falcons. Bucks go with Cade Otton. Tight end. I mentioned corner. They need tight end. Rob Gronkowski hasn't committed to playing another season. You've got O.J. Howard is gone. They still have Cameron Brate. They have a young tight end. I'm trying to remember his name that they like on the roster. Otton can absolutely come in and be... He can develop into their tight end one of the future. Yeah, they're talking about him right now. He didn't get to work out in the process because he had a late season injury. He's built, or to me, he's a slightly less dynamic version of Jason Witten. Because young Jason Witten was a great athlete at the tight end position. Otton's more athletic than if he'd been fully healthy, been able to do athletic testing, he probably would have shown more athletic than I think some people would realize. But he's solid after the catch. He's solid route runner from the tight end position. Like, I actually think his technique is better than... I actually think his route running technique is slightly better than Trey McBride. McBride's just so good at everything else. Like, he's so good at creating separation while not necessarily running the best routes. He's really good at breaking that first tackle. His quickness is better than Otton. Like, he separates more with athleticism than technique. Otton's really good, and Otton's a great... Or is a... I say great blocker. He's a really good blocker. So I think the Texans would go running back here. And if I was going to guess, I'm thinking Ty Chandler or Pierre Strong here. If they go running back. They've got... So for the Texans, they've got Stingley, they've got Petrie, they've got Kenyon Green in. I'm trying to remember who else they took last night. Why are we going to Monterrey, Mexico? Oh, I guess that's where Lopez is from? Damian Pierce, would have been my third. That was the third name out of my mouth at running back. I like Pierce for the Texans. After Brian Robinson, he's the best pass protecting back in the draft. He's not the fastest back, but he's got really quick feet. He's small. He's short, but really strongly built. Great lower body. He runs really low. He's good at making multiple people miss on runs. He's got really good short area quickness and wiggle. He doesn't have to launch a big distance. He's just really good at getting people off balance and bouncing off of contact. And he's an underrated receiver. Pierce was underutilized at Florida. They used him a lot in goal line situations. He scored a decent amount of touchdowns. He never had a 100-yard rushing game in college, which kind of shocked me when I was looking through his stats. Goodell was talking, and the public announcer talked over him. That's funny. I think there was a miscommunication. Okay, let's see who goes here. Perrin Winfrey, that's a good pick. I thought he was going to go day 2. Browns needed an interior D line help. I'm excited for, or I say I'm excited. I think this is a really good value. I think it's a really good pick for the Browns. He's still raw. I think he can play with better leverage. He looked great at the Senior Bowl though, but his tape's inconsistent. He's got really long arms. Let's see here. Let's keep moving through some of the best available. So we've had a couple of those guys go, or that I've talked about. Well, 3 of them. Moving to the defensive ends, like your edge players. Although I would classify Uruzurike as an interior defensive lineman. He's listed as an end here, although he is really athletic, and he did play end a bit at Iowa State. You got Kingsley Ingabare, Michael Clemens here. They got some guys. Oh, yeah. Azizi Odomewell. Really love him out of Minnesota. He's another bigger guy who can kind of play all over the line. Let's see. I'm looking for Trey Williams. I'll tell you, there's another guy. I didn't mention him in my rankings because I got to his tape late and he slipped my mind. When I was watching Wisconsin and watching Chanel and Sanborn, the linebackers on their defense, there's this guy, Matt Hennigan, who looked really, really good. He's 6'3", 289. He kind of reminds me of Matt Ioannidis. Or Matt Ioannidis, however you want to say it's Ioannidis, who played for the Redskins. He's now on the, can't remember if it was the Panthers or the Bills who picked him up. I think it was the Panthers. Either way, big fan of Ioannidis. Hennigan, I think, has the ability to be that kind of guy. Wouldn't shock me. If he goes undrafted, he'll be one of the best undrafted guys. But I think he's going to get drafted 6th, 7th round. Let's see. Defensive tackle, you got big boys like Neil Farrell, John Ridgway, and Noah Ellis. If you're looking for more penetrator types, you got Matthew Butler, Thomas Booker out of Stanford, Butler out of Tennessee, Eric Johnson out of Missouri State, another small school guy who really lit up the during the pre-draft process. You've got Otito Ogbania, who his older brother's in the NFL. Haskell Garrett, another big nose tackle, Jaden Peavy. I'll say big. He's tall, long, 6'5", 308. And LeBron Ray will go eventually down the board. There's one other guy I'm looking for. Oh, yeah. He was over at the defensive ends. Tagovailoa Amosa out of Notre Dame. Let's look into. So then for like my off-ball backers, Brandon Smith is still on the board. Damone Clark is still on the board. He dropped because of a spinal issue. He might go undrafted. Wouldn't shock me. He had to have spinal fusion surgery. Darian Beavers out of Cincinnati on the board. Love him. Marco Jackson out of Appalachian State. I'm not as high on as some other people. I think I might end up being wrong about him, but I don't think he's as good as Akeem Davis-Gaither, and a lot of people think he is. Malcolm Rodriguez at Oklahoma State. Short, fast. Kyron Johnson out of Kansas. Kept forgetting his name during the pre-draft process. Mike Rose. There's a ton of quality linebackers down here. Mike Rose out of Iowa State. Aaron Hansford out of Texas A&M. Gemmel in North Carolina. Sanborn out of Wisconsin, who is probably the most intelligent linebacker left on the board in the draft. I think he's really going to play over his draft slot. Nephi Sewell out of Utah. Dude, Kobe Bryant to Seattle here. That's when I was looking at the draft board. I was going to get to him in the corners. I thought he was going to be the first corner drafted in the 4th round. I thought he was going to go over McCollum because I felt like his ball skills and everything, he just screamed Seattle. McCollum's upside also screamed Seattle, but I thought they'd like Kobe Bryant better, and that turned out to be true. I love his ball skills and playing the position. He's not as athletically gifted as some of the other corners. Like I think he ran like a 4.5 240. But it doesn't matter. He sticks to receivers. He's got great technique. You've got 6 Cincinnati guys in the top 109 picks. That's really impressive. Although I think Brian Cook was overdrafted. Some other linebackers still on the board. James Skalski of Clemson, who you probably would recognize. And then Braylon Spector, his teammate at Clemson, I actually think will have a better chance at a pro career. And Nate Landman out of Colorado has great instincts. Let's see. Here's some more linebackers. They've got those guys all listed as inside. Here's some outside guys. JoJo Damon, kind of a smaller, speedier linebacker. Amari Barno of Virginia Tech's another edge player. They got some of the edge guys I was looking for over here. Christopher Allen out of Alabama. Dominic Robinson out of Miami, Ohio. A number of us thought he'd be off the board before day 3. Jesse Luketa out of Penn State's really versatile. I didn't love his combine testing, but his tape's solid. Really solid day 3 pick. And we're at the 110th pick here for the Ravens, first of their 3rd round picks. I'm going to guess right here. I'm thinking Brandon Smith or Amari Barno. I'm going to be wrong. Or Zon McCollum. I forgot. They need an offensive tackle. They might have just gotten the starting right tackle in their scheme because they run a power offense. Fa'alele is going to be perfect. Washing down the line for pullers to take out and kick out on the edge. Oh, I love this pick. And personally, I think he's has a chance to be better than Orlando Brown because he's a better athlete than Brown at a bigger size. 6'8", 384. That is just ridiculous. I'm honestly kind of shocked he didn't go in the 2nd round. At least in the 3rd. He's also thrown a touchdown pass in his career. And he's also run... Dude, he's lined up at fullback and scored touchdowns. My gosh. My God, he's so big and athletic. So at corner, you got Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum, who are extremely high upside, like as high upside as any corners in the draft. Jalen Amore Davis, Josh Jobe, the Alabama corners, Damari Mathis out of Pittsburgh, who I think has a chance to be a top-end slot corner. Tariq Castro Fields, who a lot of people think will convert to safety, still on the board. Kalen Barnes, the fastest player in the draft, is on the board. Joshua Williams. who I'm a big fan of, Jacoby Durant, Mario Goodrich. He's kind of skinny, but he's well coached corner. This is a great pick by the Jets, getting Max Mitchell. Some people thought they should go tackle. Mitchell's tape at Louisiana was really awesome. There were games where he was flipped between right and left tackle, depending like different quarters. Sometimes on the same drive, he'd flip sides of the line to line up against the best pass rusher for the other team. At the very least, the Jets just got a great swing tackle. I think he gets to the NFL. I think his strength, he's got pretty good core strength anyway, but he does sometimes, like, power rushers sometimes give him problems. I think you get him in a NFL strength and conditioning program. Not that Louisiana under Billy Napier wasn't great for, like, the resources they had, but I think Mitchell has a lot more upside in him. Let's see, who else do we have here? There's one other corner I was looking at down the board here that I'm not seeing. See who the Giants go with. Daniel Bellinger. There's your tight end one of the future. I love Bellinger's upside. DJ also loves Bellinger. So Bellinger played tight end 2 a lot at San Diego. I think they had another tight end. I think his name's Derek Deese, who was their number 1. Bellinger was really good in the run game, whether lined up as the Y or he's awesome as a move blocker, playing that move tight end. He ran a 4.63 40 at the combine. I think he matched it his pro day. 34.5-inch vertical. 10-foot plus broad jump. This guy showed really good agility and first step explosiveness on tape after the catch. I think Bellinger's best football is ahead of him. Now, it might not take people. It might not. Now, for tight ends, I'll say this: tight ends tend to not pop year 1. It's rare to have a rookie standout tight end. So I'd give a lot of these tight ends like to year 2 or 3 before you really start judging them. But it wouldn't shock me if some of these tight ends do at the very least contribute year 1 solidly and maybe start showing up towards the end of the year. Safety, best available. Verone McKinley out of Oregon is on the board. Tyson Anderson, Leon O'Neal out of A&M, Marquis Bell out of Florida A&M. Those guys are my favorites. Some other guys down the board. Oh, and Quentin Lake out of UCLA. His instincts are as good as any safety in this draft. You've also got Christopher Smith out of Georgia down the board. Some kind of bigger name recruits that kind of have fallen. Bubba Bolden. Being one of them. Smoke Monday out of Auburn. Interesting run support player. Arkansas's Latavius Brini on the board. I think he might go undrafted, but I'm going to assume he gets drafted by the 7th round. But there's some great athletes here at the top of the board in Anderson, Dane Belton of Iowa, Percy Butler out of Louisville. But the safety position, I'm not shocked. A lot of those guys went in rounds 2 and 3. Well, heck, 3 guys went in the first round. And then just kind of get to the specialists. You got long snapper Cal Adamitis Adamitis out of Pittsburgh. He might get drafted if someone's desperate enough for a long snapper. Among the kickers that I really only think there's one kicker that gets drafted, and that's Cade York. Maybe Gabe Burkich. Cameron Dicker could get drafted to be a kicker or a punter out of Texas. Then you also have Andrew Mavis out of Iowa State. Is ranked like 360 here, but I don't think he's getting drafted at all. But betting on kickers is tough. But I'd bet on Cade York for sure. Punter Matt Araiza out of San Diego State. I don't know how he doesn't get drafted. That guy's leg is like all-time great. And then you've also got Jordan Stout out of Penn State. He played kicker as well in college, but he's going to play punter in the pros. And then Jake Camarda out of Georgia. I think all three of those guys could be drafted. And I think Stout and Araiza will be drafted. Let's see Washington goes with here. Percy Butler out of Louisiana. So, I like this Butler pick for Washington. I think they needed a safety with speed and developmental range. Because Cameron Curl's a good safety, but he's not like the most athletic. Butler is physical. He'll come down the run game. Daniel Jeremiah was just talking about how he is arguably the best special teams coverage player. Like, he's the best gunner in this draft. 4.36 speed. He's got really good size for the position. He's got high upside, but at minimum, he is going to be an elite special teams player for you. And those kind of guys really do matter. Giants back on the clock. Another safety, Dane Belton out of Iowa. Another really fast, athletic, strong safety. Not strong safety, but very strong player. So Geno Stone out of Iowa. He's now with the Giants? I thought he was still with the Ravens. He got drafted by the Ravens. Either way, if they've got Geno Stone, who I still believe in as a developmental safety, Belton's got really good hands for a safety. That's one thing I will say. But he's a physical hitter. I think his coverage instincts could use some work, but his ball skills and his physicality absolutely pop on tape. And I thought the Giants needed to draft safety depth or a developmental safety. Damari Mathis of the Broncos. That's a good pick. He could start in the slot year one. He played outside at Pittsburgh. I think he could be a great nickel player. Let's see here. 4.39, good size at the corner position, like 4.39 speed. And he's also good ball skills. There's some of the corners in this draft. They're good coverage guys, but their ball skills, like ability to adjust and potentially get tough interceptions, like they're gonna bat some balls down. Or they're going to bat balls down that some guys would be able to catch. He's one of those some guys who can adjust and make the catch. So let's pull up the. The Jets pick, by the way, in the 4th round, Max Mitchell. He was that was the, if I'm not mistaken, he was the pick. He was one of the picks in the Sam Darnold trade. Unless I'm wrong. But I don't. No, I'm not, because Kobe Bryant of the Seahawks. I want to say the Seahawks got that pick. That was the Jets pick. I think that was because of the Jamal Adams trade. I might be wrong there, but I don't think I am. I really like the Jets draft so far. I think Ruckert's a guy who we probably had ranked too low because of his role at Ohio State. They mostly used him as a blocker. Ohio State does not do a good job of getting their tight ends involved in the passing game, which a lot of it's because they have such great receivers. Ruckert's a great blocker who has great athletic upside as a receiver. So the Broncos are on the board right now, and I'm again. I'm thinking they need to replace Shelby Harris. This would be a great spot for Matthew Butler as a Ioma Uzurike of Iowa State. Let's see. Let's bring that back up. I tell you what, so far, I've really loved what the Texans and Jets have done with their drafts. I mean, this is my thing. I think the Giants have had a pretty freaking good draft too. Love Seattle's. Ioma Uwazurike or Uwazurike out of Iowa State. So Uwazurike is one of the most experienced players in the draft. He'll be 24, started the season 6'6", 316. I don't want to copy everything Daniel Jeremiah is saying in here, so I'm going to pull that out for a second. Because I start off all my stuff fairly similarly with like height, weight, age. Well, I haven't been talking about a lot of guys' age, but I thought it was important for Uwazurike. So he played a lot of defensive end at Iowa State. That's how athletic he is at 6'6", 316. 35-inch arms, really long. But I think he's going to be better. He's definitely going to be better playing inside, which good for him going to Denver. With, I mean, considering they've got Chubb and Gregory, and then they drafted edge. They drafted an edge in round 2 or 3, I think. Let me pop over here to the teams. Where's Denver? There's Denver. All right, let's look at Denver's draft real quick. That's right. Their first pick was Nick Bonito at the very end of the 2nd round. Then they got Dulcich in the 3rd. Am I right? Yeah. And now they've taken Damari Mathis and Ioma Uwazurike with back-to-back picks. This is a good draft, considering where considering they didn't have a pick until the last pick of the second round because of the Russell Wilson trade. Owuzurike is going to. I mean, Dulcich has potential to be their tight end one, especially as a receiver, and be a matchup threat. Nick Bonito is going to be. He should be able to provide instant, like, situational pass rush help. He won't have to start, though. Mathis should be able to contribute year one at corner for sure. And Owuzurike, he might even, it's like with his experience level and his athletic abilities, he might be able to start day one, or at very least be one of their, or be able to play heavy rotation. Or a heavy rotation snaps for the Broncos. The Jets are now on the clock. They have hit every need except for inside linebacker. And Brandon Smith out of Penn State is on the board right now. And that is absolutely, if I'm the Jets, that's who I draft here. If I'm just going by the best player at a position of need. He's also just one of the best players. They could, though, go with a high upside corner in Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum, Jalen Armour-Davis out of Alabama. They could go with Calvin Austin, the third out of Memphis, to give them a guy who could be a more dynamic return threat than Braxton Berrios. He's definitely faster. And if they were wanting to maybe, add like a speed threat receiver, JoJo Domon of Nebraska would be kind of a lighter linebacker than Smith, but Smith is just so athletic. If they wanted, and Smith can play edge or off ball, if they wanted another offensive lineman here, Darian Kennard out of Kentucky on the interior. And then Kingsley Ngabare out of South Carolina would be an interesting kind of power style edge player. So this is Jets' last pick of the draft. Let's see where they go. They got a lot of options. I think Brandon Smith. Michael Clemens out of A&M. Now, I'm higher on Clemens than some people. Clemens, big, physical. I think he was underrated. He was a little overshadowed by Leal and Peavy's names. And he's a big edge. Yep, and they're talking about his motor. He plays really hard. He's not a bendy rusher by any means, which is fine. He's really powerful. He's a strong player. So the Jets coached in the Senior Bowl, and so they drafted 3 guys from the Senior Bowl, which I believe that's Clemens, Mitchell, and I'd have to think. So the Jets have drafted 7 players in the top 115 picks. That's nice. Let's look at the Jets draft then. Gardner, Wilson, Johnson, Breece Hall, Jeremy Ruckert, Max Mitchell, Michael Clemens. They drafted 1, 2, 3, 4 starters. Ruckert's behind 2 other tight ends, but I believe Uzomah and Conklin are only on 1-year deals or 2 years. Well, Uzomah might have gotten a 3-year deal, but Conklin's only on a 1 or 2-year deal. Ruckert's really good, and I think his best football is ahead of him because of his role at Ohio State. But yeah, Johnson was the other Senior Bowl guy. Because I don't think Ruckert was at the Senior Bowl. So many traded up. A Caleb Evans out of Missouri. Let's see what Joe. Evans is a high upside corner. 6'2", 197. I mean, there are better corners on the board, in my opinion, but here's what Evans brings to the table. He's aggressive playing the ball. He's really athletic at 6'2", 197. Tackles great. And actually out of the cornerback group, the one thing I'll say is he is very high out of all the corners, he's one of the best tackling in space. So I'd say for a cover 2 team, he could be a real asset. I don't love his coverage instincts or his technique in man or deep zone really. If he's not running in straight lines, and I don't love his route concept recognition. But I'll say this. He's a high upside developmental player, and it makes sense why the Vikings would like him because of... My thing is, I can't believe the Vikings have on multiple occasions passed on Zion McCollum and Tariq Woolen, and then just drafted a Caleb Evans, who to me is a lesser version of McCollum and Woolen. Except that Woolen is totally disinterested in playing in run support, and that's probably why the Vikings are. And I think that's one of the reasons Woolen's dropping. Now, part of that is because Woolen's a converted receiver. He's only played corner for 2 years, but some teams, they want any defensive, they want their corners to tackle, and if you are disinterested in playing, what is going to be 40-something% of snaps, or 40% of the plays probably when you're on the field, I need to look at the numbers, but I mean, it's still we're not yet at a point where it's a 60-40 pass run split, but even then, that's still such a large percent of the game is defending the run. That's going to drop Woolen. I just can't believe McCollum's still on the board. Okay, now the Ravens are on the clock. They have not hit the... They didn't have tackle as a major need here. Interesting. So, Brandon Smith to me looks very much like a Ravens linebacker. Zion McCollum, Tariq Woolen at corner. I think McCollum just screams Ravens here. If I'm going with anybody, or those would be my 2 guys, I think. They could also go defensive line. They drafted Travis Jones, a nose tackle. I could see them going with Matthew Butler, Thomas Booker, or another defensive, or another one of the kind of interior D-line guys. Ravens, Kyle Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum in the first round. David Ajabo got in the second round, which is just ridiculous. Travis Jones, and then Daniel Fa'alele. So, for me... Of course, I was lower on Hamilton. I still had Hamilton in my... So the Vikings traded a 4th-round pick next year to move up for Evans. The Ravens do like Bama. That's a good point that they're making on the NFL Network broadcast. Jalen Amar Davis or Josh Jobe. Jalen Armour Davis, they called it. That couldn't be a more Baltimore pick. They love drafting Alabama corners. Marlon Humphrey, Anthony Averett, Troy Brown. Those two guys didn't really work out. Averett, I think, is still on the roster, though. And I think I'm forgetting another Alabama corner from further longer ago. I believe he ran a 4.39 40. Oh yeah, and he played special teams at Bama. He played a gunner. That's how he first started off, and he was really good at it. Here's another thing just to say about Jameson Williams. Williams was the best receiver in the SEC last year, and he also played gunner on punt coverage for Alabama. He actually got suspended because of for the first half of a game, I think, because of a targeting call. Or he almost got suspended for a half a game. I can't remember. Yeah, I think he got ejected from the game, missed the first half of the next game because of a targeting call as a punt gunner. Ridiculous. Panthers just traded up. I'm going to say this could be Donovan West. This also could be a linebacker. And if they decided they wanted to go with a receiver, Calvin Austin III's on the board, he'd give them more of a smaller, speedier option. Charles Davis also apparently is really high on Howell or Strong there. But I think he was talking about Howell being his top corner or top quarterback. Brandon Smith. I think that's a great pick. His athleticism and versatility for Matt Rule's defense is really good. And Daniel Jeremiah just said something I was going to get to as well. His instincts aren't as good as, like, say, a Micah Parsons. Everything else about him is Micah Parsons. And I think Smith can play the edge and on the interior. So the Commanders got... So here's what the Panthers did. So they trade up from 144 and 149 in the 5th round to 120, and they got the 189th overall pick in the 6th round to get Brandon Smith. See where Patriots go. I wasn't as high on Jack Jones at Arizona State, but the Patriots usually do a really good job of drafting DBs on day 3. So he was originally at USC. He had off-field stuff. Now, Daniel Jeremiah said that he has some of the best ball skills at the position in the draft. I mean, that's... I'm not going to argue with him. Daniel Jeremiah's got way more experience than me at this, but... Let's see. Let's look at some of these trades that came down. So, like I said, the Panthers just traded 144 and 149 to get to 120, and they also picked up 189 overall in that trade. The Vikings, to move up to 118, traded the 156 pick, which is in the 5th round, and a 4th rounder next year. And those are the two trades that have happened in round 4. So now that we're at commercial, let's see who the next team is. So now the Raiders are on the clock, and they've got a lot of stuff to do. They've hit interior line. They could use a tackle. They could use a young developmental linebacker, cornered interior line. I feel like Tariq Woolen and Zion McCollum, because of their athleticism, are just going to be too much for the Raiders to pass up. But then again, this is a brand new regime, and I'm thinking of the old Raiders too much. I could see Josh Jobe going here. If I was going to talk defensive tackle, if I'm the Raiders, I'd go with... Well, it depends on what I want. If I want a penetrator, I'm going with Butler or Booker. If I'm going for a big run stuffer, it would be Neil Farrell out of LSU or Hassan. Or John Ridgway out of Arkansas. Let's see, what has... Did seriously, where's Vegas at in the teams thing? Oh, for some reason I have them in my favorites. That's weird. So far, they've only made one pick in this draft, and that's Dylan Parham, which I thought was a great pick. They got great value getting him in the 3rd round. Yeah, if I'm the Raiders here, I mean, they could go tackle. They could go with a Zach Tom. Apparently, someone's getting married on stage at the draft in Vegas. That's very Vegas. That was awkward. See who the Raiders pop in to select here. I'm wondering who's after. So we got the Raiders, Chargers, Browns, Dolphins. Dolphins finally getting to make a pick. Or I think maybe it's their 2nd pick. Let me see here. Check out Miami. Yeah, that's right. They drafted Channing Tindall with their 1st pick. Which I could see... I think Zach Tom would be a really good pick for the Dolphins down the board here, too. Wait, so the Vikings were originally in the spot? Zamir White out of Georgia. That makes me think that they're not going to re-sign Josh Jacobs to a contract, if I'm being completely honest. They did decline Josh Jacobs' option. What I like about White is his power. He will get it. He'll get his shoulder down and he will run through linebackers and safeties in the hole. He's got pretty good short area quickness between the tackles. Like, he's not like the most explosive laterally, but he can slash. I think he fits in zone or power schemes, if I'm being completely honest. All right, so this is how the Raiders got that pick. So they moved up from 126 to 122, and they flipped the 227 pick for 250. So they moved down 23 spots in the 7th round to move up 4 spots here to make sure they got their running back they wanted in White. And I think there's going to be a bunch of running backs come off the board here coming up. Because if I'm looking at the Chargers, they could go in, they could go linebacker, they could go tight end, they could go offensive, they could go running back. What have they drafted so far? Because they drafted Zion Johnson at guard. They still need a tackle. And let's look at who's on the board here. Rashad Walker, Penn State. Of course, Kellen Deesh of Arizona State, I think, would be a really high upside play there. Let's see. Isaiah Spiller out of A&M. So they did go running back. Spiller's not the fastest back, and it dropped him down a lot of media people's boards and apparently some evaluators, but his vision's really good. He's not fast, but he's quick and he's agile for being a power back, and he's really strong and he's good in the passing game. He's a good blocker. I think he's actually a good compliment to Eckler. I think they finally have like a number 2 running back, and he'll be able to play, and he'll play really well. He'll play really well in power situations. So now the Browns are on the clock. So the Browns have gotten their 3 biggest needs. I'm thinking Donovan. I'm thinking Donovan West out of Arizona State or Charlie Kohler. Cade York. York went in the 4th. It's a little early for a kicker, but York's one of the best kickers, I think, to come out in a long time. This is funny. I'm all for kickers getting. I'm all for the specialists. I'm all for the brand, if you will. So Daniel Jeremiah just said in 10 years he's only put one kicker in his top 150, and that's Cade York. He went 15 and 19 from 50 plus in college, including maybe the greatest field goal, highest degree of difficulty field goal in college history. This is so corporate. Miami drafted a receiver, and they drafted Ezukama out of Texas Tech. So Ezukama's kind of a bigger receiver. I will say he's had some really big highlight reel catches in his career. I just think part of the reason he does that, or he has to do that, is because he can't create any separation. Jeremiah and Charles Davis really love it. I mean, my thing is I guess they're just receivers I have on the board that I have rated higher, is all. I thought he'd go fifth to seventh round, but I figured he'd go after Isaiah Weston. Figured he'd go after Khalil Shakir, after Calvin Austin, who is still on the board. I guess Tutu Atwell not really getting on the field and playing that much last year out of Louisville has spooked people about Calvin Austin. Calvin Austin's better than Tutu Atwell in my opinion, so that's a little weird to me. Oh goodness. I'll tell you. Sorry, I'm having to check my phone. So, the key on day 3, like this is the thing about day 3, and I get why. I'll say this about that pick right there with Eric Akuz, the Texas Tech receiver that just got drafted. He is a higher upside, like he is a high upside player. My thing, I guess, is I just thought Isaiah Weston had a higher upside. I think Calvin Austin has a higher upside. But we'll see. And I mean, the thing is, though, for Miami right now, after trading away Devontae Parker, trading for Tyreek Hill, they've got Hill, they've got Waddle. And they brought in Cedric Wilson, who's taller than them, but he's not necessarily he's not necessarily a downfield threat. They've got Preston Williams, but he's had trouble staying healthy, but he's a bigger body downfield receiver. That's what Eric from Texas Tech gives them. All right, so let's look. The Patriots are on the clock again. They've hit needs at corner, interior offensive line, and wide receiver. But they need linebackers. I'm really shocked Leo Chanel was not drafted by them. Let's see here. Let's look. Best available. We'll look inside, and then we'll go to the outside. Inside, Darian Now, here's a guy, if you're not getting Chanel, Darian Beavers out of Cincinnati is up here, or is on the board right now. And I think he fits exactly what the Patriots like in inside linebackers. If they want a more intelligent guy, although people, I think, would look at it as a reach, Jack Sanborn out of Wisconsin. And now the Blue Man Group are invading the desk area over here. The draft broadcast is getting weird. So Beavers, maybe they like DeMarco Jackson. Damone Clark, if it wasn't for the injuries, or I mean the back issue, he'd probably go higher, or he would have gone by now. Let's look at Kyron Johnson of Kansas. Y'all aren't seeing what I'm looking at, but Johnson got injured last year, I believe, didn't play heavily. That is so random. So then you've got, like I said, Kyron Johnson out of Kansas. Johnson's got really good athleticism, instincts. Like, to me, Gil Brandt had him in his Hot 100 prospects. And Brandt is a legend, older guy. I mean, he's been around forever. Long-time prospect evaluator. If you've got Gil Brandt's seal of approval, that's impressive. Mike Rose of Iowa State is another linebacker, 6'4", 245. He's a big body guy. I could see him going to the Patriots right here. Oh, the Raiders traded up and drafted Pierre Strong Jr. So they just drafted 2 running backs back to back? Wow. That came out of nowhere. Well, no, they're saying this is the Patriots pick Pierre Strong. I thought they just said the Raiders. I'm so confused right now. So, so the Raiders traded up to 122. Oh, wait, no. That trade already happened. Yeah, we saw that. So, NFL Next Gen stats, athleticism scores. So there were a bunch of guys who tested really well. This is like, and I believe this is the RAS score, relative athletic score. Guys in this draft that had a 99. Christian Watson out of North Dakota State. Troy Anderson out of Montana State. Breece Hall out of Iowa State. Pierre Strong Jr. out of South Dakota State. And Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State, who is somehow still on the board. So no, that was the Patriots pick. Maybe I just misheard them say the Raiders pick there, but and then the Baltimore Ravens with a great pick, Charlie Kohler. So they've got they just drafted a second Mark Andrews there. I still feel like they really needed a defensive lineman or a linebacker there, but Kohler's a really good value here. So Kohler's like 6'6", 260 or 255. Kohler, dude, there's a catch they just showed. I remember it from watching his tape. This DB is just got his hands all over him. He's like trying to grab his arms down. And Kohler just takes one arm and just reaches out and gets the ball around him. He's just a beast. Let's see. Who's on the clock now? Cowboys are on the clock. They could go interior or inside linebacker. I think they could use they've got Parsons, they've got Leighton Vander Esch, maybe a lighter guy like Malcolm Rodriguez at Oklahoma State would be a really good fit. Kind of cover running backs out of the backfield with his 4.5 flat speed. You've Cowboys also need defensive line help here. If we're talking end, or let's go defensive tackle, you've got Matthew Butler on the board, and Thomas Booker, who would be great penetrator style guys. If you're going for edge rusher, let's see, defensive end. Kingsley Mbaré, if they're wanting more of a powerful guy. If they're wanting same with Azizi Odamewo. They're wanting a speedier player, maybe a Tyreek Smith out of Ohio State. He's a little smaller than those guys. Let's see. Let's check the outside linebacker for a couple other edges because they got some guys listed outside linebacker who could play 4-3 defensive end as well. Let's see here. JoJo Doman's another kind of speedier linebacker they could draft. Amari Barno out of Virginia Tech ran a 4.3 640 at 6'5", 246 pounds at the combine. He led the country in tackles for loss in 2020. I think he had 21. Cowboys instead drafted Jake Ferguson. And this is a good one because I'll say this. Marcus Whitman's comp for him is Dalton Schultz. If you like Dalton Schultz and the Cowboys like Dalton Schultz and they haven't gotten a long-term deal with him done after franchise tagging him, how about you get a guy that you could develop to literally be a replacement? They had almost identical combine workouts. And Davis just brought up Dalton Schultz. And Ferguson has some experience lining up as kind of a slot and running routes as well as being a wide tight end. He's a really good blocker, though. You have to be a good blocker to play tight end at Wisconsin. Ravens back on the clock here. Once again, if we're looking for the Ravens, I'm thinking defensive line. I'm thinking a 3-4 defensive end, and I like Azizi Odamewo, or take one of the defensive tackles or Tagovailoa Amosa out of Notre Dame would be a fit. I think Butler and Booker would be great fits. It just depends on what style of guy Baltimore wants. But to me, Booker's intelligence out of those guys, I think would really win out. I'm really surprised Booker and Butler are still on the board at this point. The Ravens took punter Jordan Stout out of Penn State, so it looks like they are Did Sam Cook retire? Or are they looking to move on from Sam Cook? He's been there forever. And Jordan Stout went ahead of Matt Araiza. Okay. I can't believe a punter that wasn't Matt Araiza got drafted this early. I'm legitimately shocked there. And my Titans are on the clock. We need tight end. We could use some pass rush depth. Interior offensive line would be nice too. So, for my Titans right here. And heck, I would be okay if we just went for it and drafted Calvin Austin out of Memphis to give us like a speedy slot player and an option in the return game. I wouldn't be upset if we drafted like Ty Chandler, running back out of North Carolina, formerly Tennessee, because we need a second running back, and I'd love a home run hitter like Chandler who can also help in the pass game. And he's a perfect fit for our offensive scheme. If we're talking interior line, dude, if we could get Zach Tom here, I think he'd be a great fit for us. Chris Paul out of Tulsa be a fun fit too on the interior line. If we're talking outside linebacker, someone to play on the edge. I mean, let's see who's the pick. Hassan Haskins, running back out of Michigan. I guess we wanted to go with a power running back. Okay. He's like, I have like 10 running backs, I think, on the board still that I have rated higher than him. Or close to that many. And there's so many high upside players on the board. Packers are on the board. They're good at drafting. They could use a tight end. Tunyon's coming back from injury. DeGuara hasn't really panned out. Mercedes Lewis is eventually going to retire. This could be a place for Isaiah Likely, for kind of a move tight end if they wanted more of a Y type guy. Well, Jaden Watermeyer could do both. If they wanted more of an inline tight end, let me look at the best available tight ends right now just to make sure I know who's on the board at that position. Oh yeah, Chigakonkwo is still on the board. He'd be interesting, but they got DeGuara to kind of play both of those. James Mitchell out of Virginia Tech. Cole Turner kind of reminds me of Robert Tonyan. Oh, Derek Deese was San Jose State, not San Diego State. Who's the other San Diego State tight end? Unless they've got this listed wrong. Ooh, Curtis Hodges out of Arizona State. He might not even get drafted, but he's like a big guy. There's a ton of good receivers still on the board. Bo Melton, Kyle Phillips, Khalil Shakir, Calvin Austin III, Justin Ross, the big physical guy. Kevin Austin Jr., big athletic guy out of Notre Dame, high upside. You got Braylon Sanders, who I think is who's one of my favorite just technician type receivers. I think he's a solid player. Mekhi Polk, another big guy out of Mississippi State, who's still on the board. I mean, there's a lot of good receivers still on the board. DeJon Dixon, Adam Nichols. I was right about that. Let's see who Tampa Bay is picking. I think I missed a pick there. Yeah, so who did Green Bay go with? They went Romeo Doubs. That's why I wasn't seeing him. I'm like, where is Doubs? That was a great pick by the Packers. You want to talk about... Carson Strong and him had a really good connection. I think Rodgers is going to love Doubs. Doubs has great hands. He can make one-handed catches. He's really good in contested situations. He's not afraid of contact. He will play through it. Packers have signed. They've got Sammy Watson, Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb, and then they drafted Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs. Dude. Watson and Doubs, I love that combination of picks. Tampa Bay just drafted Jake Camarda in the 4th round. I didn't think Camarda would get drafted this early. At least I'm assuming we're still in round 4, right? What round are we in? Yeah, we're still in round 4, and we've had 3 specialists drafted in round 4. I'm a little shocked. I'm a little shocked by that. And neither of the punters are Matareza. Like, what? And, let's see here. So, San Fran's on the clock. We're looking at probably... They've got to go safety or interior line at some point here. I think Tyson Anderson out of Toledo would be an awesome pick for the Niners here. I don't know what is going on here. Verone McKinley out of Oregon would be a good pick as well. Marquis Bell out of Florida A&M. Those are the 3 guys I'm thinking. Or Quentin Lake out of UCLA. Those are the 4 safeties on the board those are my 4 top safeties on the board. If we're looking at corner, I mean, Tariq Woolen and Zion McCollum are still on the board. Josh Jobe still on the board. Tariq Castro-Fields, who could also play safety, still on the board. Joshua Williams out of Fayetteville State, who, if we're talking about the Niners defense, they like big physical corners. Woolen's still building the physicality, but he's got the big and athletic part. Zion McCollum is a tall, long, fast corner with great technique. Still on the board. Joshua Williams is a big, strong corner out of Fayetteville State. 6'3", 195. Great press technique. I could see if the 49ers also are wanting to replace DJ Jones, who they lost, John Ridgeway would be a really good fit. Otherwise, there's some penetrating type guys on the board still in Matthew Butler out of Tennessee, Eric Johnson out of Missouri State, Thomas Booker out of Stanford, Jaden Peavy out of Texas A&M fits like the Javon Kinlaw and DeForest Buckner build at 6'5", 308. Let's look at interior line here. Donovan West could be a pick here for the 49ers. They're a zone team. Now, Kennard and Sawyer could play guard, but I think Zach Tom really fits the way that, or really fits for the scheme for the Niners, and he can play all 5 positions on the line. Have the Niners picked yet, though? That was the last person I saw, team I saw. Spencer Burford of UTSA. I like that. He could play tackle or guard. He's got really good movement. I think he could develop, and he could allow them to let Mike McGlinchey walk at the end of his rookie contract. So the Chiefs are on the clock. They've hit all their needs their top needs except for running back, according to ESPN's needs. If they were to go running back here, Ty Chandler, Jerome Ford out of Cincinnati be another good fit. But Chandler would give him a home run hitter. I like now there's a big physical corner. They got themselves an outside corner in Joshua Williams to play press. I think that's a good pick, but man, Woolen and McCollum just keep falling. Same with Calvin Austin. You'd think the Chiefs would be interested in would have potentially been interested in Calvin Austin because of Mecole Hardman coming up on the end of his rookie deal and having traded away Tyreek Hill. Williams is really fluid for a tall corner. I love his ability to flip his hips. He looked awesome at the Senior Bowl, looked great at the Combine, and then his I don't care that he ran a 4.53 40 because of his fluidity he makes up and his length. He doesn't need to be sub 4.5 in the 40. McDuffie. This is an interesting draft class for the Chiefs. Karlaftis could start immediately opposite Frank Clark. Trent McDuffie should start immediately in the secondary. Brian Cook could start immediately as a second safety, or as a strong safety, box safety. Leo Chanel, I think, could start immediately at inside backer, but play all over the defense. They drafted Sky Moore at receiver, and then Joshua Williams, with his press technique, it might not take him long to translate. It'll take him a minute to get up to speed, but I wouldn't be surprised if the second half of the season Williams ends up snagging either the cornerback 2 spot, or at least is playing big or a lot of snaps. Wow, North Dakota State's offensive tackle Cordell Volson. I'm surprised he went this high. I'm not surprised he got drafted. But the Bengals needed a lineman. My thing is, Kellen Diesch is on the board. Zach Tom's on the board. And I think those guys are better already and higher upside guys than Volson. Hmm. Hmm. I tell you what, the Patriots are going to draft a running back every year. It seems like, and they draft good ones. Damian Harris, I figured he'd work out. I liked Ramondre Stevenson last year. Pierre Strong was my number 4 running back. And that's a so the Patriots' 2 corner selections are both small, speedy guys in Marcus Jones and Jack Jones out of Arizona State. Hmm. They were drafting a lot of tall corners. Well, those guys weren't developing, and their smaller guys they were drafting later did. And I guess that's what the Patriots are looking for now. Because Jameson Williams didn't work out for them. A big corner out of Vanderbilt that I really thought had a lot of upside and a lot of ability. And I thought when the Patriots drafted him, I'm like, oh, he's going to work out. Nope. Although some of that's been because of injuries. So the Patriots pick is in, I guess, here. Patriots still need to go linebacker. I'm thinking at this point, Darian Beavers, Jake Sanborn are the 2 guys I'm thinking. Now the Patriots could draft Sam Howell or Carson Strong here. Because Rappaport, that was interesting timing to report that. Brian Hoyer's their current backup, but I mean, he's not going to last much longer in the league, I wouldn't imagine. And Jarrett Stidham's at the end of his rookie deal, I think. After this, I think he's on the last year of his rookie deal. Hmm. All right. Well, and we're still waiting for the announcement of the Patriots pick. Man, I can't believe Howell's still on the board at this point. But then again, I mean, it's like, how many teams really needed starting quarterbacks? And I mean, are you going to draft a guy if you don't think he's going to start for you? So I get that. See, what was the last trade? So we haven't had a trade in a while, which isn't a shock now that we're down this far. Because the last one we had... Oh, I must have missed a pick at some point, or I forgot that pick happened. So Neil Farrell got drafted at 126 by the Raiders when they traded up and traded those 2 fifths, 165, 169 from the Vikes. Okay. I'm dumb. So, yeah. Well, actually, wasn't that the second trade up they had made? Yeah, so the Raiders made 2 different trades with the Vikings in the 4th. Bailey Zapp to New England over Howell and Strong. That's I'm going to be honest, that's very interesting. Rappaport comes on to report that the Patriots, haven't figured out a long-term backup or need like a long-term backup for Mac Jones. And there's Bailey Zapp pick. That's solid. Wow. Now the Steelers are back on the clock. They need offensive line help. They need safety. Eventually, let's see. Steelers are more of a power team than zone. This could be Kennard, Sawyer, Kellen Deesh maybe here. My thing is Zach Tom's just so good and so versatile. If they go safety, Tyson Anderson. Wow. He compared Zapp to Daniel. I was thinking Gardner Minshew without the mobility. Man, there's some really high upside players still on the board. They sent Najee to Mexico City. I'm gonna be honest. I'm really annoyed with all these international things that we're doing. Like Roy Lopez in Monterey made sense. Najee in Mexico City doesn't make any freaking sense. Calvin Austin finally off the board. So they've got 2 wide receivers. At some point, they've got to draft a offensive lineman, I would think. Austin, he's really he's 5'8", 5'7". He's 175 pounds. He's really fast, and he's good at dodging press coverage because he's so small and so quick. And he's really compactly built. That weight, because of how short he is, he's actually thicker built. And he's got really good contact balance, too. All right, now we got the Ravens on the clock. They need an edge. I feel like Kingsley Ingbare fits kind of that big, strong, powerful edge player that the Ravens like. I feel like Braylon Spector of Clemson could be an interesting look here. And the Ravens drafted Isaiah Likely. They drafted another tight end. The last time they doubled up on tight ends, they got Hayden Hurst and Mark Andrews. And then I want to say when they drafted they drafted two tight ends before that, I think, once as well, before Hurst and Andrews. But Likely's more of a matchup kind of guy, which I think Likely, I mean, both of the guys they got are. Let's see. Let's go to Baltimore here and let's look at their draft. So I looked at them earlier. So Charlie Kohler and Isaiah Likely, both of these guys are receiving tight ends. Now Likely's a little bit better blocker than Kohler. Kohler really doesn't show much effort. Like he's bad. He's bad at blocking. Likely tries. And they've got Nick Boyle. But they drafted two guys who kind of play like Andrews. I will say Likely can play more outside, and so could Kohler. Like, are they just gonna attack? Like, I mean, Andrews is under contract, right? They've also got Nick Boyle, who's kind of a blocking tight end, who's got solid hands underneath as well. But are they gonna address like the linebacker position or defensive line like at all? I guess they're back on the clock here. The Packers took Zach Tom. The Packers got great value there with a compensatory selection in round 4. Ravens back on the clock. That's right. They did draft an edge a little while ago. I guess. Well, wait a second. Back to teams. Where's Baltimore? Again. Okay. So looking back at it. Oh, yeah, that's right. They got Ajabo early. I guess I just thought they could use another. They need an inside backer. Or a, 5 technique defensive end, in my opinion. Or like a more penetrating style defensive end. Man, what about... I would love to see Butler or Booker go to the Ravens. I'd also be a big fan of seeing... If they were going to go interior line, Darian Beavers would fit really well here. I think Spector would fit if they're looking for more of a coverage guy. But Queen's kind of a speedier coverage guy. They just need inside linebacker depth. I just don't. Maybe they're the team that'll take a chance on Damone Clark. Let's see here. But I love the value on these last 3 picks. I thought Likely would go. I mean, just his tape, he wasn't as fast at the combine as some people thought. I don't care. His tape's excellent. Speedy. He's got speed, quickness, great hands. I felt like as a move tight end, you get him on the move, he's a much better blocker. Austin, I thought would go way earlier. Zach Tom, I thought should go way earlier. Let's look at the inside linebackers again. For the Ravens, like I said, Beavers is the top-rated guy on the board for pretty much, I think, everybody right now. Then you've got DeMarco Jackson, Appalachian State, Malcolm Rodriguez of Oklahoma State, Damone Clark, LSU, Kyron Johnson out of Kansas, Mike Rose out of Iowa State, Aaron Hansford out of Texas A&M. There's a lot of solid linebackers on the board. Jack Sanborn out of Wisconsin, Micah McFadden out of Indiana, Utah's Nephi Sewell, Chance Campbell out of Ole Miss, who I think I'm a little higher on than a lot of people. You got Spector and Skalski out of Clemson. Skalski's more of your physical, kind of classic middle Mike, and then Spector's more of kind of like a outside linebacker coverage guy. And then you got Jack Hansen and Nate Landman out of Illinois and Colorado, who are, their fan bases just love those guys. They're just hard, like they're just tough players who just kind of do what they have to. They make plays. Let's see, who did the Ravens draft there? So the Ravens drafted Jameson Williams, cornerback out of Houston. Man, there are all these high upside players on the board, and I mean, Williams is an intelligent corner, and he has great effort. Like he works hard in run support, even though he's undersized. But to me, he's not amazing in coverage, and his ball skills are kind of eh. So now you got the Rams on the clock. They've got needs everywhere. I think the Rams are going to just take a high upside guy like Zion McCollum or Tariq Woolen, which cornerback is. They've already taken a interior lineman. Corner is my number 2 need for them. ESPN has both outside and inside linebacker as well as offensive tackle ahead of that. And they do need depth in all those places, but I mean, I'd go with Woolen or McCollum here. Here's the pick. I'll tell you what, I love the Packers draft. I still think Quay Walker was a reach, but the Packers draft was absolutely outstanding so far, in my opinion. I think they've gotten great value down the board. Getting Romeo Doubs and Zach Tom in the back half of the 4th round, give me that. Absolutely. The Rams pick. Well, I guess it hadn't been announced yet. I know that the pick is in. Man, I just can't get past the value of McCollum and Woolen right here for the Rams. Okay, so now the Rams are picks being announced. I'm a little bit behind here. Jacoby Durant. I love the pick. I don't have him rated as high as McCollum or Woolen, but Durant's one of my guys in this draft. They're good. I mean, the Rams are good at developing undersized corners and small school guys. Durant's got amazing ball skills, though. I have no issue with that pick. All right. let's see. Let me look at my Titans draft picks so far. I'm not super happy with our draft. There's some picks that I've really liked. But I'm not like elated with what John Robinson has done for our team in the draft. The Treylon Burks pick, I think, was great. I didn't love the McCreary pick. I hated the Nicholas Petit-Frere pick. The Malik Willis pick was, I think, great. I wanted an upgraded backup quarterback over Logan Woodside. I would have. There were so many more running backs I had rated ahead of Haskins on the board. I loved last year's draft. I loved our picks last year, and I'm like in the opposite direction this year. Outside of Burks and Willis, McCreary's a solid player. Like, I like McCreary. I didn't like him at 35, and I didn't like him because of the other guys we had that we could have gotten on the board at that point. Some of those guys, from a talent standpoint, Zion McCollum, Woolen, I had rated ahead of McCreary. Or actually, I think I left McCreary above Woolen, but Woolen's a higher upside guy. Like, I had McCollum ahead of him. He's still on the board. Well, let's see what we do, because if we were drafting the guy I want here, I'd love to get an interior lineman I'd love to get Kennard or Sawyer just to throw in at guard here. Maybe Chris Paul, Cade Mays. If we were going to draft another tackle, I wouldn't mind Kellen Deesh name off the board. Otherwise, I just don't know. Oh, dude. Okay, I'm about this. We got Chiga Okonkwo. My comp for him is Delaney Walker and Jonnu Smith. Okonkwo, 4.52 in the 40 or 4.53. He can play fullback. He can play wide tight end. He can play move tight end. He's fast. He's smooth moving out of the backfield. He's got good hands. He's an incredible blocker. He is the best blocking tight end in this draft. He's a heck of an athlete. Now this makes me excited. I'm happy about this pick because this is a big need we had. All right, now Washington is on the clock. They need interior line, inside linebacker, and corner depth. And I'm just saying at this point, when are Woolen and McCollum coming off the board? The slide for these two guys can't last much longer, and I feel like Washington's the team that's going to draft one of them. I'm really shocked with some of the guys who are still on the board. I mean, I'm always shocked every year by some guys, but I am really shocked by McCollum and Woolen. Like, their athleticism at the position, is ridiculous. Their length at the position, with the speed, agility, everything, is ridiculous. And McCollum's tapes is really impressive.
Who are these guys? What in the world is going on?
My God. Sorry, I haven't text someone back. Howell's that just got drafted by Washington at the top of the 5th round. That's one of, in my opinion, from a value standpoint, that's one of the steals of the draft. He was my QB1. If something happens to Wentz, and something is probably going to happen to Wentz, yeah, they've got Taylor Heineke there. It wouldn't shock me if Howell beat out Heineke or overtook Heineke at some point this year. He's more talented. And to me, like, Howell's got every tool you could want. Sam Howell, tell just how athletic and how good is a run threat, how dangerous he is with his legs. He had more forced missed tackles than any quarterback in any ACC quarterback since 2014. That was the first year that Deshaun Watson was the starter at Clemson. A couple quarterbacks who were in the ACC during that time span. One was Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson never forced that many missed tackles. I'm not saying Howell's a better runner. I'm just saying. And I'm trying to remember the name of the Georgia Tech quarterback who's so good with the ball in his hands. And Howell's got a great arm. In my opinion, he has the best. If it's not, Howell and Carson Strong, for different reasons, have the best deep ball in the draft. So, Schrager is saying Howell and Willis, it's one of those two biggest arm of the draft. I'd say Carson Strong's got the biggest, but. And Daniel Jones said something that I totally agree with. Out of all the quarterbacks in this draft, he likes, and I learned this from him from listening to his podcast, something I do too. 3rd and 7 and longer. Looking at those throws in particular. Howell in those situations is better than everyone, including Kenny Pickett, and Kenny Pickett's the closest. And then after that, it's Strong. Howell making people or extending plays, making difficult throws, making plays when they have to be made, and doing so while getting hit. Howell's the best in the class. Like, there's a reason Howell is my QB1. And I'll tell you, just some other guys. Here are some quarterbacks over the last 10 or so years that I was higher on than the media and higher on than their draft stock. Now, that doesn't mean that I am perfect. I've had my misses at quarterback, trust me. But I feel like I have a really good hit rate. Going all the way back to 2012. Kirk Cousins went in the 5th round. He was my 5th ranked quarterback. My quarterbacks were Andrew Luck, Robert Griffin III, Russell Wilson, Brandon Weeden, that's the miss. Kirk Cousins, and then Tannehill. I thought all of them could go in the first round, or were good enough to go in the first round. I think Cousins would. I thought Tannehill was going to, but I thought the top three quarterbacks, I had Luck, Griffin, and Wilson 1, 2, 3 on my board and of course I was 19 at the time, but sometimes I guess it's better to be lucky. But I thought all three of those of course, I thought Luck, Griffin, and Wilson. I thought Luck and Wilson were surefire winners. Like, I thought those guys were going to be surefire starters. And I thought Griffin, I had some questions, but I just believed in the upside and the talent. You had to. And I thought he was going to succeed. And he started off succeeding. And then I'd argue that the Washington organization ruined Robert Griffin. But I love the Howell pick for Washington in round 5. Like I said, the last time they took a quarterback that I was much higher on than everybody else in the 5th round, well, Kirk Cousins turned into a really good quarterback, and they decided to run him off for some reason. Oh, and I'm a few picks behind here, so let me catch up. All right, I guess I'm one pick behind. Darian Kennard to the Chiefs. Chiefs get another day 3 offensive line steal, in my opinion. They could have another offensive guard starter, or at least someone who can challenge. He won't beat out Tunney, but Kennard's going to probably be their 3rd best guard right off the bat, and he can also back up at tackle. I mean, that's a great pick for the Chiefs. Now, if we're talking for the Giants now, they need a linebacker, and I could see Beavers or JoJo Doman. It just depends on what they want. I'm thinking of what kind of defense they're going to play. They need a coverage guy. So Doman out of Nebraska is definitely a guy who would make sense. Malcolm Rodriguez out of Oklahoma State would fit to me. The Giants could go for another pass rusher here, too. Amari Barno. I think a versatile guy like Lucada, Dominique Robinson, or Christopher Allen of Alabama could come off the board. But I think they need more of like a Doman or a Malcolm Rodriguez here. Speedy coverage guy. And the Giants also have a 2nd pick here. I could see them going for another offensive lineman here, too. Jamari Sawyer out of Georgia. I'd be interesting to see if they drafted a quarterback with one of these picks. Maybe Carson Strong. Let's see. Micah McFadden out of Indiana. Okay, that one makes sense. I have him lower, but than some guys on the board. But 6'1", 240. I just felt like they needed someone who's a little better in coverage. He's a great blitzer. 6.5 sacks last year. Huh, he played high school ball with Christian Watson. That's interesting. All right, Giants' 2nd pick. So they went with a linebacker. Let's see who we got. DJ Davidson.
He's a versatile player, but I'm going to be honest, I didn't think he'd get drafted.
They've got plenty of they've got Dexter Lawrence. They've got I'm trying to think of who their other guy. They have kind of bigger guy, which I guess Lawrence, if they decline his 5th-year option, or Dexter Lawrence, if they decline his 5th-year option, I mean, I guess they're going to need someone to replace him, but. The Rams just traded for Troy Hill. So they're bringing him back. He signed in free agency with the Browns last year. Bills are okay. So the Bills are on the clock. Apparently, their pick is in. Let me check the trade here. We'll see if this ends up showing up. So the Bills moved up here for this pick with the Bears, which this is smart by the Bears. So they traded down 20 spots and they pick up the 203rd pick overall. All right, let's search this Troy Hill trade. The Rams. Let's see. Let's check this. So I'm seeing mid. Oh, that's not helping me. What's the compensation? So Troy Hill last season, he had kind of a scary neck injury in the loss to the Patriots back in November. I think he came back though, didn't he? Or am I wrong? Okay, so let me add trade to that. Okay, so let's see. After 1 year in Cleveland, dealt back to the Rams. Still not seeing the compensation, so we'll figure that out, I guess, at some point. I mean, if it was one of these late round picks, that was a solid move. Let's see who the Bills end up drafting here. Khalil Shakir to the Bills. This is a good move. That gives them a replacement for Cole Beasley long term. Well, Jamison Crowder, of course, they brought in to do that short term, but getting Khalil Shakir long term, really solid. Shakir's one of those guys who seems to play faster with the ball in his hands, which for that slot position I think is really good. Once the ball's in his hands, he's like this just. He's just really, he's just wild with the ball in his hands. He gets he's just jittery. Cole Turner just got drafted. I like that for Washington, especially with Thomas coming off an injury. He's a big body tight end. He's not like explosively athletic, but he's got great hands. He and Strong had a really great red zone. Like Turner just knows how to use his body. He and Strong had a great rapport. Strong would put it in the right place for Turner to just use his body as a shield, and Turner would make the catches, especially in the red zone and when they needed clutch, like they needed third down conversions. Turner was their guy. Texans traded up. If I'm the Texans here, I'm trading up and I'm taking McCollum or Woolen here. Imagine coming out of this draft with Stingley and one of McCollum or Woolen at corner. You'd have two of the most athletic, high upside corners out of the draft. I still can't believe McCollum and Woolen are on the board in round 5. These guys are too good. Like, their upside's too high. McCollum's just too good. And Woolen is going to get better. I don't know why DB coaches weren't pounding the table for these guys. I could see the Texans taking a tackle here, too. And they could also, they need interior line. They don't necessarily need corner, but they did move up. I could see Booker. I could see Butler. So now they're talking about maybe getting the Texans drafting a quarterback like Carson Strong here? I don't think so. I think they're trading up for a guy that's fallen way further than they expected. Thank you, Rich Eisen, for talking up Davis Mills as the second best rookie quarterback last year, because he was behind Mac Jones. Absolutely got that right. They traded up for Booker. So the Bears traded down from both of these picks because they traded down from 148 from the Bills, and now they're trading down at 150. I can't believe Booker and Butler have lasted this long from everything I was hearing. Booker is one of the most intelligent players in this entire draft. His interview that he did with Bootleg Football, and I encourage you to go to Bootleg Football Clips and listen to it. You're going to learn something. He was a double major at Stanford. Atlanta's now on the clock. Let's see who they're picking. I'm going to say Kellen Dietz here. Ooh, Tyler Algier, running back out of BYU. They needed another body in there, and he's not fast, but he has great vision, and he is powerful. And a really good blocker. Really good pass protector.
I like Algiers' style. He's not gonna outrun a bunch of people, but he's physical. He's gonna if you don't come correct. I love this chase down tackle he had, and forced the fumble
after a turnover. But Algier, he's physical. He's got great contact balance. You have to tackle him. You're not going to get him with arm tackles. You will bounce off of him if you don't come correct. And he's got good vision and patience running the football. He's a really good complement to Cordarrelle Patterson. And at this point, probably an upgrade over Mike Davis. As much as I like Mike Davis coming out of South Carolina.
So the Chiefs traded up with the Seahawks, got 145 for 158 and 233. What pick are we even on right now? Did I miss that trade earlier, or did it just now get reported? So that's how the Chiefs got to Kennard. So these trades are being reported late.
I love how everyone, it seems like, who works for the NFL or NFL Network for the most part, or like a vast majority of them come from like New York and Boston. It's really annoying. I mean, like, not that I hate those or hate people from those places. It's just like, it seems like there's so much bias in the hiring.
Let's see here. So the Broncos just drafted DeJaren Turner-Yell went ahead of Marquis Bell and a bunch of these other people. Is this some kind of weird joke thing? Seattle just drafted Tariq Woolen. My God, Seattle's draft. You know, when they drafted Kobe Bryant earlier, I was thinking they might go with McCollum or Woolen. They just got 2 rounds, or I mean, not 2 rounds, but they got like a round and a half later, they got Tariq Woolen on top of Kobe Bryant. Dude, I'm just saying, I think John Snyder's having another one of those drafts that he hadn't had in a while. Maybe all these players fail, but I don't see it. Like, my goodness. You know who else was drafted in the 5th round? Richard Sherman. Okay, let's see. Did we finally get the pick at the trade up at 150? No? I'm really confused now. Maybe that was part of a different trade earlier, and I'm just forgetting. I think, and this is the thing with Woolen, I think he's just got ridiculous upside with his athleticism and everything. So we've got the Eagles on the clock now. You know, let me maybe I can look in right here and see what the trade was. From Chicago. Yeah, it's not saying what. Not here. Man, I really like some of the last few picks. I think. I just thought Turner Yell was a fringe potential draft guy. What is going on? Weezer? Weezer's gonna play some lame new song. All right, so the Jaguars just traded into this spot with the Eagles. I'm just impressed that Weezer has stayed together as long as they have. All right. Well, let's see if I can find. I mean, are they going to update any of this stuff? Nope. Let's look back at round 3. See if I can find round 2 maybe. Check that. I'm looking for a trade involving the Bears and Texans from maybe yesterday. Because I don't remember them trading or being involved in a trade. No. I'm round 2. Round 3. You know, honestly, Weezer's just like that song's not bad, but it's kind of just mid to me. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing. I mean, do I need to find like another site to follow these trades as they come in? Because like this dude's gotten really behind. Okay. All right, let's do NFL.com's. Theirs will probably be better anyway. Day 3 trade. So, okay, so here we are. Well, no, that's still the Bills trade up at 148. Okay, here's the Troy Hill to the Rams trade. So the Rams traded a 5th round pick next year for Troy Hill. So the Rams don't lose a draft pick this year. So that's good. maybe that Texans Bears trade was from like a previous. Maybe that was something to do with last year, or like another trade from a. Huh. Hmm. My upper back right now is not great. My God, how long is this dang ad on freaking NFL.com so I can just pause this? I'll pause that. I don't care about it. That was literally like a minute ad on a website. All right, so what time is it right now? Because we're coming up. It's 1:30. All right, let's flip back over here to. So Snoop Connor went to the Jaguars in the 5th round out of Ole Miss. How did he go ahead of Ty Chandler? Or a bunch of these other guys? I mean, and North Dakota's Matt Waletzko to the Cowboys in round 5. This is a good value pick. And not North Dakota State, North Dakota. I thought he would go ahead of North Dakota State's Volson, who ended up going in the 4th round. We're about a third of the way through the 5th round right now, it looks like. Jaguars got plenty of running backs. I guess what they're doing is they're planning for Robinson eventually, or like his undrafted free agent contract coming up. Because I think UDFA contracts are usually only 3 years. Even if they snag the restricted free agent deal, or like the restricted free agent like contract for him, like just that 1 year tender, that still would only be 4 years. What's crazy is A.J. Brown's 24, and there are guys getting drafted at who are 24 or going to turn 24 before the season starts. Okay, so, and the Browns just drafted Jerome Ford, who is a much better player than Snoop Connor. The Browns are planning right here that Hunt's probably not going to be on the team for another contract. They might even look to move Hunt this year at some point. Wouldn't shock me. Dearness Johnson's is not going to, or is probably going to get too expensive for him. Ford from just down the interstate in Cincinnati. I say just down the interstate. I mean, like, Cleveland's at the extreme north, Cincinnati's at the extreme south of the state. So Bucks are on the clock now. They still need they still need interior offensive line. Zion McCollum is the highest rated guy on the board right now. Jamari Sawyer be a really good fit here for the Bucks. And they draft Zion McCollum. So the Bucks get Zion McCollum, and that's going to help them with their corner depth. I think, is that the second corner they've drafted? Did she just steal DJ's, or did she have the same opinion? That's interesting. So the Bucks had already drafted. The Bucks had not drafted a corner yet, and they just got my 4th-rated corner midway through the 5th round. Like, I don't care what people say about that. Like, I'm super high on Zion McCollum. They just got a replacement for Jamel Dean or Sean Murphy Bunting. And he can play safety too. Like he's got the size, he's got the physicality, he's got the athleticism to do whatever the Buccaneers want him to do. Yeah, so we ended. Of course, Maurice Jones-Drew's surprised. Maurice Jones-Drew is a player I really liked. His analysis is so stupid sometimes. So there were no receivers last year? No, you play 3 and 4 receivers more than ever. Like, most teams' base offensive alignment now has 3 receivers in it. Of course 17 went, in which that was what I predicted by the end of, or early last night. I had the prediction, like, I thought we could, by the end of the night, have, I was thinking 17 off the board. Please tell me we're not losing DJ and Charles Davis for the rest of this, for this crew. Because, I might switch over to ESPN. All right, let's move back over. Let's see here. So who did I miss? Tyreek Smith goes off the board for the Seahawks. So they get another edge defender. For the Colts, Eric Johnson out of Missouri State. Really liked that pick. Not as much as I would have liked Matthew Butler, but Johnson, really a big riser in the draft process. He's a bit of a... He had great athletic testing at his pro day. I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought he was going to be one of those small school defensive tackles, kind of like Kalen Saunders, Nathan Shepard, who snuck into the 3rd round, like the very end of the 3rd round. Colts getting him midway through the 5th round, I think, is pretty good. He's good against the run. He's raw as a pass rusher. I think he's got the athleticism for upside in that regard. And he plays hard. And minimal durability issues. I think there's a lot of development here. Like, Eric Johnson's a high upside guy, but I think the Colts did the smart thing with the 5th round pick, and they're taking a swing here. So we have the Chargers on the clock now. The Chargers really haven't hit to me on a bunch of their needs, per se. Let's see. So the Chargers, which they've only had 3 picks, and oh wait, why? That's not who I thought I clicked on. There we go. So they've had 3, but 3 picks. I love Zion Johnson the first round. JT Woods, I like the pick, even if it wasn't necessarily a need. And same with Isaiah Spiller, like good player. I just didn't think it was one of their big needs. This could be a spot for Matthew Butler out of Tennessee for them to get like a penetrating, aggressive interior player. If they wanted to go for a edge guy, I'm thinking Robertson out of Miami, Ohio, or Kingsley Ingabari out of South Carolina. We just got the pick. Okay. Otito Ogbania out of UCLA, so they did go with an interior player. Got a defensive tackle. The thing is, like, with the stuff they did in free agency, I didn't necessarily feel like that was... I don't know. I mean, I just talked about... I did kind of talk about Matthew Butler and them needing another D tackle, but really, I would have liked to seen them go with a developmental offensive tackle like Kellen Deach, or attack inside linebacker, seeing as they let Kazir White go away or leave. Maybe get a Darian Beavers, who's kind of a physical type, or Malcolm Rodriguez, who just can cover sideline to sideline with speed and is a solid tackler. Man, I want to hear about the players getting drafted. I don't care about these interviews and stuff. Let's see for the Saints. So Saints, Chris Olave, Trevor Penning, and Alontae Taylor, who they drafted in the second round, haven't drafted since then. I think Jamari Sawyer would be really solid for them, get themselves some interior depth to go along with getting Trevor Penning. If they go, I think Matthew Butler would be a good fit here too, because they need defensive tackles with Shy Tuttle and Daniel Onyemata being or upcoming free agents next offseason. I think you could also see corner or safety here. Tyson Anderson would be interesting. But I guess they've already got Taylor to play corner, and he can also play safety. Tyson Anderson would be interesting as a safety. I could see them also going tight end. I wouldn't mind seeing them go and snag like a James Mitchell out of Virginia Tech. I mean, they're talking about yesterday's first round right now. I don't care about that. Let's see what ESPN's got going. They're at commercial. Okay. Saints pick is in. DeMarco Jackson out of Appalachian State. Okay, so they decided to go with a sideline-to-sideline linebacker with blitz capability. So I guess ESPN had Alontae Taylor, or Scouting had Alontae Taylor listed as safety and not a corner, because corner was on their needs and wasn't checked off. All right, the Broncos back on the clock. This could be Kellen Deesh territory. They need linebackers. JoJo Doman would be a fit here. Rashad Walker, Penn State, another offensive tackle, could be a fit here. Then after that, my Titans are back on the clock. Maybe we'll take Jamari Sawyer. Or Kellen Deesh. Or Cade Mays. Oh, goodness, I'm getting a little tired already. Or maybe it's just kind of... Oh, things are kind of slow right now. I like what the Broncos have been doing with their draft. I'll say for the teams that are kind of early in the draft, you're looking at like the teams that you're looking at the flashy selections. The best teams dominate down the board. The Rams have built their team on day 2 and day 3 of the draft, and through trading for established stars with day 1 and day 2 picks. But that's where the Rams have won by developing players rounds 2 and later, particularly rounds 3 and later. And they've done a great job, or they just do a great job of scouting and talent development, identifying players that fit their style of play. And they've decided which positions they target in certain areas of the draft. They love drafting corners and defensive corners on day 3 and getting them undrafted, and they develop them well. If we're looking at the Ravens, once again, another team that dominates rounds 3 through 7. The Broncos are picking right now. Let's see who they go for. I'm thinking maybe Butler out of Tennessee or Doman out of Nebraska. Who? That's a Montreal, Washington? Yeah, Montreal, Washington out of Samford. Wide receiver. Huh. I did not scout him. I couldn't give you any analysis on that pick. He is not a guy that I evaluated. So there's a small school guy that I obviously missed. And I don't... Alright, let's see who my Titans get here. I'm hoping for... Ooh, I love this. We got Kyle Phillips. We drafted a second receiver. Kyle Phillips, I thought was going to go way earlier. He was my number 15 receiver in the draft. He had a really good game against LSU to start off last season. He and Dulcich both. Phillips he didn't have an amazing combine workout. He plays faster than his speed because he's so much smarter than everyone else. Like, he's thinking ahead of other people. I say smarter than everyone else, but he's thinking ahead of people. He's really intelligent. I can't believe that. I'll be honest. I don't know who Montreal Washington is, so I can't say whether that's a good or bad thing, whether that was a good or bad pick for the Broncos. I don't think wide receiver was that much of a need for them. But I'm going to be completely honest. I love Kyle Phillips to getting Kyle Phillips there. I'm just glad that they decided they're not, or neither channel's covering any of these picks anymore. And they're talking about the top or the first round again. I don't like, that's not what I'm. Well, I'll do their job for them, for anybody who wants it. So, dude, Kyle Phillips to the Titans, that's dope. I love that. The Raiders are now on the clock. They've drafted, or they could use offensive tackle depth. I think Kellen Diesch, any moment now, is going to go off the board. They also need inside linebacker and cornerback. Josh Jobe as a slot corner would be interesting. I can't believe he's still on the board, to be honest. JoJo Domon, Malcolm Rodriguez at inside linebacker, Darian Beavers if you're wanting a more physical guy. I feel like the Raiders need coverage guys. They're talking about Drake London. Might switch to YouTube just to hear other people's opinions. I just like to hear other people's opinions on different things. So the pick is in, I guess. It seems like the ESPN Draftcast broke there for a second. Did the Rams just trade up with the Raiders? Looks like that's what just happened. The Rams are moving up. I could see this being Diesch or Rashad Walker. They need to draft like a swing tackle now that Noteboom has moved to the starting lineup. I could see inside linebacker, once again, coverage guys like Domon or Rodriguez, like speedy linebackers. Could also see an edge player like Kingsley Ngabare or a Jesse Luketa here. Let's check the best available at the edge positions. Let's see, defensive end here. Kingsley, like I said, Ngabare. You got Azizi Odamewo, but he's more of an interior. There's not a lot of edge guys here listed in the defensive end group. Tyree Johnson maybe at A&M. Trey Williams of Arkansas at this point. Let's see here. Outside linebacker. Amari Barno's still on the board. He's a really high upside player. So's Dominique Robinson out of Miami, Ohio. Those very well be guys the Rams are targeting right here. Man, Todd's starting to show his age now. All right, so Rams pick is in. Let's see what we're getting here, or what they're getting here. Kyron Williams, running back out of Notre Dame. He's really small. He did not test well at the combine, which his athletic testing numbers plus his lack of size just does not. That usually is a really, really, really bad combination going in the NFL. Here's the thing, though. His vision is great. His intangibles, like just the mental part of the game, Kyron Williams is really great at that. But I'm worried about his size and durability at the next level. Maybe the Rams see him as a third down type guy. He had good production. And I think his speed's a little better in his 40 time. Like, he's definitely quick. He's good in the passing game. And he's got good balance as a runner, but I just don't. There's just so many running backs that I think have more upside here. Okay, so finally I have some of the more recent trades. So that where the Texans traded up with the Bears. So the Bears moved down to 166 from 150. That's where the Texans moved up for Thomas Booker. And they also have 207. So Chicago got 166, 207. What? Man, I saw that over on NFL Network thing earlier. Man. Okay. Let me check the chat real quick. Don't want to ignore anyone. Okay. Let's see. So the Jaguars, when they traded up for Snoop Conner, and they traded up for Conner, they moved from 188 to 154, and they also sent 198. So the Eagles got 2 6-round picks, 188 and 198, for the 154th pick. That's pretty good value. And then I guess eventually I'll get the deets on the Rams, who seem to have traded up just recently. Vikings are on the clock right now. Dude, I'm loving getting Kyle Phillips. Loving getting Kyle Phillips out of UCLA. Big fan of that. Okay. Okay, looks like I guess they took that group took a break for. Oh, thank God! I think Eisen and the gang's back. Yes, I am super hyped to have those guys back. Okay, so the Vikings. Let's see, who did they pick? Ooh, so they keep Azizi Odamewo in the state of Minnesota. I think that's a really good fit for Minnie. So the Bengals are on the clock right now. I think they could use a... Let's see. Who have the Bengals drafted so far? Because they apparently haven't drafted but one of the needs. Oh, so Davis stopped Twitter. That's why I haven't seen tweets from him in a long time. Okay, so the Bengals... Dax Hill, Cam Taylor-Britt, Zachary Carter, Cordell Volson, and Tyson Anderson. Oh, so they just took Tyson Anderson. Wow, that's a good pick. Love that for them. So they are really loading up. It makes me think that either they're preparing for the fact that maybe they don't want to pay. I can't imagine them not eventually paying Jesse Bates. But I think they want to run Dax Hill as a slot, maybe even as an outside corner. I mean, and there's some people who think Cam Taylor-Britt's a safety. Tyson Anderson really is one. I mean, I like their draft. Let's see, let's look at Dallas's draft. Tyler Smith, Sam Williams, Jalen Tolbert. Man, like that. They drafted Jake Ferguson and Matt Waletzko. That's a solid draft. 2 developmental offensive linemen who could play guard or tackle. Both played tackle in college. Smith, I think, needs to kick into guard and develop, but for the outside. But Tolbert is a physical outside receiver. Williams is, to me, a higher upside player than Randy Gregory was. And Ferguson gives them a potential replacement for Dalton Schultz. It's actually Darren Bland, but so Bland, I did not do a full scouting report on Bland. He's not one of my 283 scouting reports. Here's the thing. I did watch a couple of Fresno State games last year, and I remember him making some plays in the Boise State game. I should have gotten around to his tape, but I wish I had more to say. I do know that he popped on some people's radars after his pro day. He wasn't invited to the combine, or he didn't make it because of an injury. But he ran I want to say he ran the mid 4.4s at at his pro day, and had a pretty good work and had a really good did pretty good in the jumps, if I can speak. Holy crap. Okay, let's catch up on some more of these trades. So Tampa Bay traded a 4th round pick in 2023 for 5th and 7th round picks. That's how the Buccaneers got 157 and Zion McCollum. And they've got the 235th pick as well. So that's how that happened. Here's how the here's how the Rams got 164. They drafted Kyron Williams. They traded 175 and the 238th pick in the 7th round to move up. So that's interesting. All right. So who did I just miss? I haven't. So Darren Bland or Darren Bland. See, on the NFL Network cast, Darren Bland, the R was capital, was like uppercase, the A was lower. On ESPN.com, it's just DARON. So the Bears need to go offensive line here. Their GM is 36, by the way, really young. He's like kind of like the Sean McVay of front office people, I guess. They have got to draft. They've got to draft a lineman either on offense or defense, and I really think they need to go offense. They need to go with Jamari Sawyer at guard or Kellen Diesch at tackle, like something for Justin Fields. They need to do something for Justin Fields. Okay, Chicago's draft so far. Kyler, Gordon, Jaquan Brisker, and Velus Jones. They haven't picked since the third round. And they did get Velus Jones, a receiver. But to me, like, I couldn't believe... I can't believe that their first two picks were not receiver, offensive lineman, or two offensive linemen. And I really thought they were going to trade down from one of those second-round picks to get more picks. So... let's see here. I love all these international telecom things slowing down this process. Ugh. Very, very developmental offensive tackle, but high upside. Braxton Jones out of Southern Utah. Holy crap. His length. Jones has incredible tools. He's one of the longest players in the draft. 35.5-inch arms, like, which is ridiculous. I believe the biggest team they played this year was, because they're a small school. They're not a FBS school. They played San Jose State this year, and he looked pretty good in that game. But he's a developmental option. I'd have rather gone with Kellen Diesch, who I'm pretty sure Diesch is still on the board. No. I think I'm wrong. He's been drafted, hasn't he? Am I wrong? No, I'm not. I mean, Rashad Walker and Kellen Diesch are both still on the board, which really shocks me. I'm also surprised Dax Rosenthal and Austin Deculus are still on the board. Rosenthal out of Kentucky, one of the most athletic tackle prospects of ever. He's really raw. He's a little slim. I think he's got a lot of upside. And Austin Deculus out of LSU, really solid player. I think he at the very least could slide into guard, but I think Deculus can play tackle. Let's see. Vikings. I mean, the Vikings need a number 2 tight end with Tyler Conklin being gone. I think they drafted Zach Davidson last year, though, so he should move up into that spot unless they waived him during last season, but I don't imagine they did that. They still could draft a tight end. I'd like to see, considering they have Irv Smith and Davidson's more of a receiving type, getting kind of I feel like Chase Allen of Iowa State would be kind of interesting as kind of more of a traditional, like, block first tight end. Let's see. Todd Chandler finally off the board to the Vikings. Oh, they've got him to be the future number 2 behind Dalvin Cook. And then the Texans ran to the podium with a tight end pick. Tegan Quintoriano out of Oregon State. 6'6", 256-pound tight end. Physical player. I think I'll say this. I think his best football's ahead of him. He's got a lot of potential. But 33-inch arms for Quintoriano. He only ran like a 4.9 340. Here's what I like him. He's had no injury problems. He's intelligent. He understands blocking. He's a good blocker. He's more of a blocker than a receiver. He's not going to make any big plays. And here's the thing. Despite not being like the best receiver in terms of like downfield ability, he's good at creating late separation in his routes. He's good at boxing out, and he's got good ball skills when the ball does come his way. He just didn't get a lot of opportunities. And then the Broncos drafting Luke Wattenberg out of Washington. Really? Luke Wattenberg, center out of Washington, goes. Interesting. Cat, if you bite me, I'm going to be really upset. So Luke Wattenberg, Scouts Inc. had him rate 279th, 10th at the position. I didn't think he was going to get drafted. There are a lot of centers, or I say a lot. I want to say there were still like 4 or 5 centers on the board. Like Donovan West is still on the board at center. Alec Lindstrom's still on the board at center. Ben Brown of Ole Miss still on the board. Oh well. Niners are on the clock. Let's see here. So the Niners, they got Drake Jackson, I think at a really good value. Edge player. They drafted Ty Davis Price, who's one of the bigger reaches in my opinion. I like the Danny Gray pick in round 3. Loved Spencer Burford in round 4. I think right here, maybe go interior line with Matthew Butler, or take yourself a corner. You could use a slot corner, Josh Jobe. Safety would be or safety also, and actually safety might be their. I'm going to say, let me look back at their... they're probably going to go secondary here. Corner, top guys on the board, Josh Jobe, Tariq Castro-Fields, who some people think could flip to safety, Kalen Barnes, Mario Goodrich. Darian Kendrick's a big name from Georgia. His athletic testing numbers at his pro day were really disappointing. I wouldn't let the 2 interceptions to get Michigan fool you about how great he is as a player. Vincent Gray out of Michigan is a big physical corner. Montreux Brown out of Arkansas, another interesting name. Sam Webb out of Missouri Western, one of my favorite small school guys, still on the board here. And then at safety, Verone McKinley's still on the board. Leon O'Neal still on the board. Marquis Bell out of Florida A&M still on the board. Yusuf Coker out of Kentucky's another guy. Smoke Monday out of Auburn. Quentin Lake out of UCLA. Maybe the best instincts of any of the safeties left on the board. It's him or Bell, in my opinion. Like McKinley a lot, too. I had McKinley rated ahead of both of them, but just from a pure instincts and intelligence perspective, I think Quentin Lake was one of the 3, like, up at the top of that, like, maybe like the 3rd most instinctive safety in the draft. Maybe 2nd. I mean, Kyle Hamilton, his instincts in certain areas, I think everybody probably has him number 1 in that regard. Brisker's instincts I love at safety as well. He was my favorite safety. Really like Quentin Lake. All right, let's see. Oh, I missed the pick. Let's see, who is it? Who was it? Oh, I missed 2 picks. Wow, I was really slow there. The Giants also picked in that span of time. All right, let's see who the 49ers pick. I was talking about. They actually went with Samuel Womack out of Toledo, a cornerback who, if you just want to know if you just want to know that Samuel Womack was a very anonymous pick, ESPN doesn't even have a write-up for him. Like, they didn't have him ranked, period. They don't have any prospect anything for him. Like, usually when you click on these guys, they've got, like, some kind of, like... Well, let me show you. Actually, I can show you here what I'm talking about. Let me short that. So you hit Womack here. This is what you get. Okay? Let's show you what you get when you hit Tegan Quintariano. And just to show you, he's really low ranked, 313th. They didn't think he was going to be drafted. 51 spots out of that. Well, that's weird because that's not what I got usually when I hit him. That's weird. Maybe it depends on where you access it from. Let me go to the teams. So that was the Niners pick, Womack, and we'll catch up on these other picks. I just wanted to. That was weird. All right, so I hit him from here. And I get that. Huh. Let's hit Spencer Burford from here. Okay, this is getting weird because I was getting something different when I was hitting him. Did it change like my... I'm really confused now, actually. Guys, I'm spooked. It started doing different things than it was. Let's click JoJo Doman. Okay, see, this is what I was talking about. Usually when I would see, I'd click on them. This is the view that I would see on these guys. And JoJo Doman, he's dropping in the draft because of medical concerns. Okay, let's see. Who am I? Let's get back to over here because I think the Bears just made like 2 selections on the side of some other team. Let's get back here. Okay. Or no, there we go. So they just drafted Dominique Robinson out of Miami, Ohio. I think this is a really good pick. So they're talking about, by the way, once again, so they're talking about Dominique Robinson just now. This guy's ridiculously athletic. He used to be a wide receiver. He hit a 41-inch vert at the combine. Super explosive player. They didn't have anything to say about between Ty Chandler and that pick. They didn't talk about Wattenberg, who got drafted out of Washington. They didn't talk about Womack. ESPN doesn't have a rating for him. Like, they don't have Womack ranked at all. They've got nothing. Wattenberg, there's a ranking. 279 overall. Heck, Marcus McKeon here, ranked 327. Not really a blurb, though. He's 6'7", 340-pound offensive guard out of North Carolina. He's huge, but their offensive line sucked last year in a lot of ways, in my opinion. And but he might fit better with the Giants and what they're doing on offense than what he did at North Carolina. We'll see. He's definitely got tools. 6'7", 340 is ridiculous. But you've got Robinson down here, who was the 179th ranked player by ESPN, going 174. I thought Robinson could go sooner, though, if I'm being honest. And I'll say this about Chandler. ESPN had him ranked 132, and he goes 169. Although Matt Miller didn't even have him in his running back rankings that went like 30 deep. He's 5'11", 204. I love Ty. He can do everything. The Raiders are on the clock. Raiders could use a corner. Love Sam Webb for them. They could use an inside linebacker or a corner, slot corner. Josh Job's still on the board. Malcolm Rodriguez is still on the board. I kind of am shocked about Rodriguez still being on the board. All right, I'm going to go back to full screen. Let's see. Let's see what the Raiders do with this pick here. Yeah. I think I got some tea leaves out of the tea bag
ended up in the bottom of this. This is the last of my gallon of sweet tea. Oh my gosh. That was a little bitter. At the very bottom. Man, I don't care about this activist bull crap. Could we please just get the draft pick announced? What is that accent? This is... Okay, thank God. Here we go. Matthew Butler of Tennessee to the Raiders. Well, he was the highest player on the board. Highest rated player on my board right now. So, big fan of that pick. 3 Tennessee boys down. If you count Ty Chandler, who transferred out for his last year, 4, but I'm going to say 3. Cade Mays is going to go off the board eventually. I'm confident of that. And we got a couple of guys, Theo Jackson, Javonte Payton, maybe could see their names called. I wasn't seeing them ranked by too many people, like even in their top 300s, top 350s. But, you know, if Womack out of Toledo can get drafted when I remember him being on the field when I was paying attention to Anderson's tape, but I felt like I spent a lot of time watching Anderson clean up some mistakes for their corners. I didn't come away thinking Toledo's corners were draftable players. Watching Tyson Anderson, so. But boom, Butler. ESPN had him ranked 144. He goes, what was that? Pick 175? Or 176 maybe? Yeah, 175. Cowboys on the clock at 176 here. I think they would have been excited to get their hands on Butler at this pick, although they had a chance at him a minute ago. Once again, maybe it's time for someone to take the risk on JoJo Domann, or better yet, get a healthier player in Malcolm Rodriguez. Defensive tackle right now. I don't know what you could... let me see. If we're looking edge players here for the Cowboys, Kingsley Ingabare is still on the board. You got Isaiah Thomas out of Oklahoma, maybe. David Amini out of Houston. He's a little undersized. I don't think he's what they're looking for. Trey Williams out of Arkansas. I feel like his combine workout wasn't great, but I like his tape. He had a really great game against A&M this year when they whooped A&M's butt. Matt Henningsen out of Wisconsin. He's more of a 3-4 and maybe 4-3 defensive tackle, but he would fit because they could use another big body in the middle. John Ridgway would really help their run defense. Naquan McCall out of Kentucky. Noah Ellis out of Idaho.
There's a bunch of defensive tackles, late round defensive tackles on the board. Jaden Peavy out of Texas A&M. I would say if I'm a, let's see, have the Cowboys? They haven't picked yet. If I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm thinking, who's the other thing? What's something else they could pick here? Maybe a linebacker. Like I said, Darian Beaver's still on the board from Cincinnati. I really like him. They just drafted Damone Clark. I think this is a really good pick. Clark had dropped down boards because of a spine injury. Clark was a top 75 player in this class. His tape against Bama this year was arguably the best game any linebacker played this year. I think this is a good flat, or like, this is a good pick for the Cowboys, and they'll be on the clock after the Lions pick here. So Lamar Jackson right now, so Ian Rappaport was just reporting on NFL Network, talking about Lamar and his contract situation, because he's going into his fifth-year option year. Lamar, last year, people thought, Lamar said, look, if they don't get things done by training, if we don't come to like some kind of deal by training camp, and it seems like Lamar's pretty content to wait, so he's on his fifth-year option. There hadn't been a whole lot of talks. Lamar loves the organization. There's no friction here. He has a great relationship with the GM and the owner and the coaching staff. Like, Lamar's happy in Baltimore. He doesn't want to go anywhere. He seems like he's perfectly content. As Ian Rappaport said, he might be perfectly content unless they just make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, that he'll play out this fifth-year option. He'll take the franchise tag. The franchise tag with all the QB contracts, he's going to have a big bump. That second franchise tag is going to be really expensive. Then the Ravens are over a barrel, and he'll probably get a ridiculous contract extension at the end. I'm going to say he gets a deal done before then, but Jackson's done enough, and he's good enough, and he's going to continue to be great enough. Like, I mean, this guy's already got an MVP award. So I wouldn't be worried in the slightest about that happening. Lamar Jackson's going to play his whole career in Baltimore. Let's see, who'd the Lions just take? James Mitchell, tight end, Virginia Tech. Really like that pick. He's a really good compliment for Trey Hendrickson. Hawkinson, and I'm forgetting Hawkinson's first name for some reason. Tight end, their starting tight end, former number 8 overall pick, I believe. So Lamar, Rich Eisen's talking about, Lamar doesn't want to put unnecessary financial restraint on the Ravens because he's like, I'm making plenty of money. I'm going to make plenty of money. I want to win a Super Bowl, and the best way to do that is when I'm cheaper. I can respect the heck out of that. Cowboys drafted John Ridgeway. Bunch of Daniel Jeremiah's like, it's like the Ravens. He says it's kind of impressive what's going on. He's like, I don't understand why you wouldn't take a fair market value deal, which the Ravens apparently are offering. Like, they've got him at the top of the market, and Jackson seems to be this about competitiveness. So the Cowboys draft John Ridgeway. They get a big run-stuffing defensive tackle. That's going to help their defense immensely. The Packers are back on the board. Tight end, interior defensive line are the big needs here. Pass rush depth, 2. All right. So for the Packers here, if they're wanting edge, Kingsley Ingabare, Jesse Luketa are some guys I would look at this part. I've been talking about Ingabare for a while. Christopher Allen out of Alabama, kind of a off-ball edge type player. Jeffrey Gunter out of Coastal Carolina, 6'4", 258. Another edge defender type. If the Packers would like to go with another interior lineman, Myron Tagovailoa is still on the board. I think Matt Henningsen could be the pick here from the University of Wisconsin. Tight end could be a pick too. Let's see. Kingsley Ingabare comes off the board. Actually, there's a lot. He's not quite as twitchy as Zadarius Smith, or like he didn't test well in like speed regards, but his explosiveness, should I say, was pretty good. And he's really stout, strong guy. By the way, Lamar Jackson represents himself. He doesn't have an agent or a marketing firm or anything. You want to know why, though? Because he trusts the Ravens organization. All right, let's see here. Bills on the clock. They could use some offensive line depth here. So we're at the top of the 6th round. This could be Rashad Walker territory. Verone McKinley, safety. Marquis Bell, safety to the Bills. Could be a option here. Donovan West, interior line, Arizona State, give you backup at center guard. Jamari Sawyer out of Georgia. Kellen Deesh out of Arizona State. Maybe the Bills decide to add another receiver. Bo Melton out of Rutgers still on the board. Maybe they want a high upside backup quarterback. Carson Strong. He doesn't have the athleticism of Allen, but he's got the arm talent. Hey, cat. That's not a safe place for you to be. This cat. And the Bills, I thought the Bills might go punter. Matt Ariza out of San Diego State. The next Ray Guy, according to a lot of people. Man, Rich is looking old. Has he got a bit of a gray goatee going on? I'm sorry. I'm going to look here. I'm going to watch these punting highlights. I'm a Tennessee fan. We have a big history with punters. And Ariza's leg is like nothing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, this guy, like, ridiculous punts. And he's also kicked field goals. Like, he's got a really good leg for field goals. So this is the thing that people have talked about. Ariza doesn't get enough hang time because he goes for distance and it's these low punts. And that's why Camarda and Stout went ahead of him. At the combine, the ball had plenty of height. My thing is, Ariza's legs ridiculous. He kicks so far in a lot of situations. The punt returner realizes, I can't go and get this ball. I'm not getting to this ball. I didn't expect that ball to go that far. And especially, like, the longer the field is, the better Ariza is for you as a punter. Four punters? No, there's been 3 punters and a kicker. And Ariza's also a really good athlete at the position. 4.56 40. Like, he gives you capability on fakes potentially. The Eagles pick is in. Let's see. I'm thinking I'd love to see them go with Marquis Bell here. Or Josh Jobe out of Alabama. Or Sam Webb if they're wanting an outside guy. The Eagles also need a receiver, and there's a bunch of kind of big physical receivers, or taller receivers right now on the board. Dejon Dixon, Justin Ross. Bo Melton, kind of another speedy receiver, but they've got Devontae Smith. Bo Melton kind of fits as that, but I mean, you can have multiple guys like that. Kevin Austin Jr., high upside guy out of Notre Dame. Makai Polk out of Mississippi State. Let's see. Josh Johnson's a deep threat guy out of Tulsa. He's not tall, but great speed. Another couple physical guys. Demario Drummond, 6'1", 215. Possession type receiver. You got Ty Freifogel of Indiana, 6'1", 204. He had a really good combine. You got a high upside guy in Darren Williams, 6'5", 210. I don't think he got an invite to the combine. I could be wrong. I know that he was highly recruited out of high school. So, and then you've got Idaho State's own Tanner Connor, who is a high upside guy, 6'3", 230. He tore it up at the Washington Pro Day, the University of Washington Pro Day, because he's from Seattle, and they allowed guys who went to high school from like the area take part in their pro days, or their pro day. A lot of schools do that. For smaller school guys, they help them. They'll help guys from like the local area who went to smaller schools out in a lot of cases. So the Broncos traded up to get Luke Wattenberg. They traded the 234th pick in the 7th round to move up from 179 to 171 back in the 5th. We are also into the 6th round now. Okay, so here's where the Bears moved down for Cincy to move up for Tyson Anderson in the 5th. They traded 174 and 226 for 166. And the Raiders, when the Rams moved up for Kyron Williams, the Raiders moved down and they got Matthew Butler, who's a better player. Different positions, but And here's a great pick by the Eagles. Linebacker Kyron Johnson out of Kansas. 186 on ESPN or on Scouts Inc.'s board, but he was in Gil Brandt's top 100. I think he was player 91. So, I think it's a solid pick. Matt Araiza led off the 6th round. Kyron Johnson's the 2nd pick. Upcoming picks: Giants, Patriots, Vikings, Lions, and Bears. For the Giants here, they still, I think they could use an inside backer. I really wish ESPN laid this part out different. So the Giants draft so far: Kayvon Thibodeau, Evan Neal, both in the top 7. Wan'Dale Robinson in the 2nd round. Joshua Ezeudu of North Carolina, who's a big, strong lineman. I thought it was a little bit of a reach, though, taking him in the 3rd round there. Also, Cordell Flott at LSU. I see the upside, but there were a lot of guys I had rated ahead of Flott at corner who were on the board. Then today, Daniel Bellinger, Dane Belton. They got Micah McFadden, who's a linebacker, DJ Davidson, defensive tackle, Marcus McKeon, who's Zaidu's teammate on the interior at North Carolina. And they just drafted Darren Beavers with their last pick of their draft. This is the Giants' last pick of the draft. Beavers went 2 rounds later than I expected, or almost 2 full rounds later than I expected. That's a great pick. I had him rated ahead of McFadden, who they drafted earlier, well ahead of him. Beavers a big, physical linebacker, great blitzer, great in run support. I don't see him doing very well in man coverage at all. He's got the athleticism to hold up in zone. And I mean, if stuff's in front of him in man, like he can break down on stuff. That's like why I kind of like him in zone, or I think he's fine in zone. I just don't think he's got the hip fluidity for man coverage, and that's fine. Like not all linebackers do, but Beavers is going to be really. I think he'll be a really good rotational linebacker for the Giants. Now we got the Patriots on the clock. We got a commercial break right now. I'm going to go use the restroom and get myself something fresh to drink, and I will be right back.
I'm being bad. I'm drinking a IBC root beer. Trying to lose weight, but one of these every now and again is not going to kill me, right? It's definitely not. Well, I don't think it will kill me, but for sure. But it's going to mean after the draft, I'm going to need to go for a run. All right, let's catch up. All right, so the Patriots have had their pick go in. They drafted Kevin Harris, running back out of South Carolina, 5'10", 221. He's a nice, solid physical runner. I rather like him. I can't believe we've got like 70 picks left still. Let's see, Vikings. Tight end here. Man. I'd love to see Weidermeyer from A&M go here, or Grant Calcaterra out of SMU to Minnesota. Derek Deese, maybe, or a Chase Allen out of Iowa State. I think it's interesting. ESPN, I'm not seeing Amani Rodgers anywhere, unless they've got him like down the board at receiver. But I'm not even seeing any there either. All right. So this is the last draft for Steelers GM Kevin Colbert. He's turning it over. The belief is, and it might have been announced already, but the belief is the director of college scouting for the Steelers for the last few years will be moving into the GM role. Okay, so the Vikings pick is in. Or did they trade down? Oh, wow. Multiple picks just went off the board real quick. All right, so Vikings went with Valerian Love, offensive tackle out of Illinois. I like the value of Love in the 6th round. I think that's solid. And then Christian Banford of Villanova. 220th ranked player by Scouts Inc. 6'1", 208-pounder. Cornerback out of Villanova. He's kind of a stronger, more physical corner. .45", 240, 31-inch arms. Like, he's got solid size. Kind of big hands. 9 3/4 inch hands at corner is actually kind of big, or at least it's on the slightly bigger side. But he's a smaller school player out of Villanova, FCS level. Now I'll say this: I have watched a little bit Bamford's tape, but he's not a guy that I got a full eval on. It's kind of like Womack. I didn't evaluate him, but I've watched some Toledo tape. I just didn't, it's not like I'm watching this game and I'm watching all 11 players. Like, I don't have time to evaluate every play for every player who takes the field for a given team. Like, there's guys I'm focused on, and same with who was the Baylor linebacker that went I think it was round 3 last night. I was shocked by. I can't remember. He was good, but I say he was good. He seems to be good. He was 142 by Scouts Inc. There were a bunch. I watched a bunch of Baylor tape, and he seemed fun. He seemed like a solid player. Like, I thought he would get drafted. He just didn't make my 283 evals because I did focus on some small school guys rather than just all Power 5. Tried to get some watch some Group of 5 players. And of course, like for me, for most teams, they have scouts that scout specific regions, and they're watching obviously multiple years worth of prospects at a time because like you're also scouting guys in real time who are going to be in future drafts. Like when you're watching Alabama and LSU or whoever, you're looking at the guys for that are going to be coming up that year, but you're also working up your evals for guys in the future too. So because you've got a lot of scouts who, because of what teams and what areas they're scouting, like what their role is, they're scouting maybe 300 something people or 400 something players for that region. They're not scouting, or those regional scouts aren't even scouting necessarily nationally. And a lot of times your national scout is getting like the higher profile players across the country, and sometimes relying on those regional scouts. Your general manager is not drafting or is not watching every snap for every player that could possibly be drafted. Even your director of college scouting, there's no way that he's able to watch every snap of 500 guys. Now maybe I'm wrong, but that would just sound insane to me. Like, it's taken all I can do to get 283 done, which is significantly more than I did last year. I got 159 last year. So, of course, I'm already ahead of the game because I will say this. There are certain guys that I did pay attention to, like them on tape as well. Maybe not as closely, but I'm going to spend a lot of my summer watching guys getting ready for this next year's draft and just watching players that I want to watch, teams that I want to like look at their players because they've got a lot of depth and talent for the future. But I tell you, for next year, like the quarterback class at the top looks out like we've got 2 studs, in my opinion. Not that they don't have stuff to work on, but Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, easily the top 2 quarterbacks for next year's draft. And there are guys who can, and after that, like you've got Hendon Hooker, who showed out last year at Tennessee, and from what I've been hearing from the spring, from local reporters and other stuff, and local reporters, scout that I've come into contact with, that I talk to, that I ask questions, different quotes I'm seeing from around the program from coaches and players. Hooker sounds like he's moving through his progressions way better this year. Hooker was even talking in an interview about how he was mostly a first read player last season. If he's moving past his first read more consistently and he's comfortable like sitting and getting through his progressions and he's quick about it, or going about it at a proper speed, because obviously certain things don't develop until a certain point in the play. But if he's moving through his progressions more comfortably, that's going to be huge for him because he's got great physical tools. I'll say this, Anthony Richardson of Florida is draft eligible, and if he has a massive year for Florida this year, even if it's not this year or this next year's draft, 2023, he could be a guy for the 2024 draft. Keaton Slovis is going from USC to Pittsburgh. I was pretty high on Slovis after his first year at USC. After he came in when JT Daniels, it was like 2 quarterbacks got hurt in front of him, and he ended up balling out. And then he's kind of dealt with injuries and stuff the last couple weeks. Well, 2020, you had the crazy COVID year that ruined Pac-12 football because the Pac-12 is run by a bunch of morons. And you've got... and then last season, and they also kept Clay Helton around, and Slovis wasn't necessarily wasn't necessarily in the best situation to succeed, especially once Drake London went down. You also had Jackson Dart, who was a high-profile recruit and ended up getting into games, which part of that's because Slovis hasn't necessarily stayed healthy either in his career. It'll be interesting to see what he can do at Pittsburgh. I love Sam Hartman out of Wake Forest. He had a great season last year. If he improves this year, if he takes steps forward in his decision making, against bigger, higher level opponents, I think Sam Hartman has a chance to be a first round guy next year. I look at Hartman, to me, as this year's kind of Desmond Ridder as a player. Like, a lot of people had Ridder and Willis in the first round conversation. Like, a lot of people had those guys mocked in the first round last year. But a lot of people had Spencer Rattler mocked as the top, was their top quarterback, was the number 1 pick or a top 5, top 10 pick. He fell completely off. Slovis was a first rounder for some people. A lot of people, it was more like a day 2 guy, but maybe he can have the Kenny Pickett bump in Pittsburgh.
Let's get back, catch up on some of these draft picks that have come in. Zachary Thomas, offensive tackle out of San Diego State, to the Bears. I think that's a solid down-the-board pick. I love this pick by the Niners. Now, people have an offensive tackle. I think he's a guard at the NFL level. But Nick Zakelj out of Fordham, he came to football late. He's athletic, physical, and mean. Maybe he can end up at tackle. But at the very least, I think he can turn into a serviceable guard, like a potential starting guard, 6'6", 316. But he has the height for offensive line. For tackle. We've also got Detroit taking Malcolm Rodriguez down here. I think this is really great value for Detroit. I wonder if my computer sound is coming across on my mic. Is it really that sensitive? Because, it's catching me from all the way over here, which is nice. It allows me to kind of relax and kind of put my mic wherever I want. But that's interesting. I might need to listen back to the audio for, some dead areas just to see that. They're talking to Pete Carroll right now. Which I think, let's see. Oh, dude, the Panthers just got a great pick. So they went with Amari Barno. ScoutSync's 123rd ranked player. Barno, 4.36 40. He's really good against the run. Led the FBS in tackles for loss in 2020. if I'm remembering correctly, Barno is just a burner. Dude, I love that for Carolina. They're talking to Pete Carroll, and I think Seattle had one of the best drafts. I think they won the draft. Or I say they won. They're one of the winners of the draft. So I'm listening to what Carroll's got to say. Wow, that was an interesting answer. So Carroll just got asked about. Well, he got asked about several things. Like he was talking up. He was excited about getting they asked him first about Charles Cross and the process there, and he said, "Well, this offensive tackle class is really good. We were a really talented offensive tackle class," which I agree with, especially at the top. You talk about bringing Cross, though. Like, Cross is excellent. He didn't say this, but Cross is the best pass protecting offensive tackle in the draft. Then they were able to get Abraham Lucas later on, which one of the other best pass protecting offensive tackles in the draft, especially from a snaps standpoint because of Washington State's offense. Played his whole career at right tackle, and that's where he'll compete over there. They got Mafe and, of course, Kenneth Walker in the second round. Then they talked about the corners. Charles Davis wanted to know about the corners, the DBs, of course. They drafted Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen. He talked about Kobe Bryant. He said, well, he's a really talented player from a championship team in Cincinnati. He said, his technique's really good. We like his instincts. And then he talked about, then he moved to Tariq Woolen without even being prompted. He said, and then we were super excited about Tariq. Like, I have an affinity for long, tall, or for the tall guys. And he said his length, his height, his speed, his quickness, like, those guys just don't come around. Hey, what's up, pal? What did you think about Algier at 151? Atlanta just took Schaefer ahead of Sawyer at 190. That is interesting. I was obviously you came in. I was just talking about the interview NFL Network was doing with Carroll. Schaefer ahead of Sawyer is interesting. Minnesota just drafted Jalen Naylor at Michigan State. I actually kind of like that pick. He was one of my favorite I thought he'd go in the back half of day 3. Naylor was like Michigan State's passing offense. To answer your question about Algier, I like Algier a lot. So Algier's powerful. He's not fast. He's not a breakaway guy. What he does have is really good vision. He's patient. He's physical. Plays between the tackles. I think he'll be really good for Arthur Smith's scheme because it's a zone scheme. He can get to the edge, but he's going to play more inside in that scheme, I believe. But Algier has good feet.
He's got good contact balance. He's going to drive through tackles. Like, if you're an Atlanta fan, one thing that you will be nice about having Algier is it's going to be rare that he goes backward on runs. If he does, the play was dead as soon as the ball was snapped. And I think it's interesting that Schaefer went ahead. Oh, Algier's also a good pass protector. He will stick his face mask in linebackers' chests, edge rushers' chests. He doesn't care. I like his attitude in that regard. Oh, gosh. My eye there. Schaefer over Sawyer is interesting. I'm kind of wondering if there's some kind of medical thing with Sawyer right now. Now, the upside with Schaefer, now, you would know a little better than me in this regard. How many years did Schaefer start on the line for Georgia? Because I'll say, for some of the later round offensive linemen, I really have only watched this year's tape extensively. But if you know how many games or how much starting experience Schaefer had, that just kind of shocks me because I feel like Sawyer, you move him into guard, and I feel like he's a really good player. I mean, I thought Schaefer was solid, but I thought Sawyer had more upside. I guess Atlanta just really liked Schaefer. You know, I will say, considering Atlanta runs, you're not sure. That's fun. I'll say this about Schaefer. Atlanta might feel like he fits their scheme better because Sawyer, I would say, because of his size and strength, maybe he's more of a power fit. Atlanta is more of that kind of Shanahan outside zone, although it's a little modified. Because Smith joined the staff while Matt LaFleur was the offensive coordinator at Tennessee. You know, the head coach of the Packers. So they might just think Schaefer has better feet and movement skills for that, for their zone run scheme at guard. I could look it up right here too. I don't know why I didn't think about it. Man, they're really catching up on these pick announcements because Amari Barno went a while ago. I love the Panthers getting Barno this late. I'm still shook. Like 2 months later, that Amari Barno ran like a 4.36 40 at 245 pounds. Like, what is the world we live in? Let's see. Andrew Ogletree out of Youngstown State got drafted by the Colts. I don't think I watched a single game with Youngstown State in it. I've watched so much tape, though, but I didn't do an evaluation on him. And I'm kind of shocked about seeing Devin Harper of Oklahoma State drafted. By the Cowboys. Considering, like, the Clemson linebackers are still on the board. There's a bunch of linebackers on the board, like, that I can't believe this guy went ahead of. Well, here's the thing with Barno. Barno's really good against the run. I've said it probably in the draft process, and I think multiple times talking about him today, expecting him to go earlier. And I mentioned him, I think, yesterday. I'm pretty sure he led the Football Bowl subdivision in tackles for loss in 2020, like at Virginia Tech. Which one reason for that was the ACC and the SEC actually played full-length seasons. The ACC, I think, played the longest schedule of anyone. Because I think the conference had everybody play almost everyone, which was really impressive in 2020. But Barno's good. He needs refinement as a pass rusher for sure. But I mean, look at what the Panthers have done with Burns and Yader Gross-Mensa. But this is also that range where you see a lot of players get drafted that the region scouts and some of like the position coaches beat on the table for, because this is where like your regional scouts are really coming in, because you've got guys on the back end of your boards where, yeah, they're the guys everybody knows about, but your regional scouts are deep diving and they're going to find guys that they just love and they believe really fit, and you're seeing guys like that go off the board right now, like Ogletree to the Colts and Harper there to the Cowboys. Guys that I didn't do a eval on Harper out of my 283 because I just, in watching Malcolm Rodriguez, I didn't think Harper was really that special. But I tell you what, there's some teams I'm really liking how the draft is falling for. Because I'll say this, other than I would have rather taken a number of other receivers over London, London has a ceiling where if you think he's Mike Evans, I get drafting him at 8. Everything after that, Ebiketie and Anderson, just home run picks for me. I love the value for Ritter. Getting D'Angelo Malone in round 4 was great. Not 4, at the end of round 3. Like, that day 2 for y'all, those 4 picks, I think were all great picks. And then I like Algier. Like, I think I'm higher than him than some other people because some people get caught up in, oh, he ran like a slow 40 time. Chargers on the clock. I'm also taking there's certain teams I have a vested interest in because of friends. Two of my best friends in the world are big Chargers fans, so I think it's kind of amazing the Chargers have, for ESPN, their needs that they have listed, the Chargers in their picks have only hit one of those. And I think it's hilarious. But I would like to see them draft a inside linebacker, a tight end here at some point. And I really want to see, or an offensive tackle. I'd love to see him. I can't believe Kellen Diesch and Rashad Walker from Penn State, from Arizona State and Penn State, I can't believe they're still on the board, especially Diesch. I thought Desch's athletic talent was going to get him drafted. Like, I thought he was going to go before day 3, to be honest. I didn't have him in my top 100 players because I thought he needed some work, but I thought out of the guys outside the top 100, I could see why other people would have him in their top 100. I can't believe he's lasted this late. At least I'm pretty sure he's still on the board. We're getting that point where there's a few players I'm forgetting whether they've been drafted or not. But, nope, there he is. No, wait, that's West. Donovan West. Nope, there he is. I can't believe West and Deach are still on the board. Or Sawyer, like. Can't believe Bo Melton's still on the board. Like, to me, he reminds me so much of Terry McLaurin. He just played at Rutgers because he wanted to go to Rutgers because of family ties. What? Is this another concert thing? They had Weezer earlier play some new song that was very fine. Like, Weezer was fine. It just wasn't like one of their older hits. Like, it was just one of their it's some new song of theirs. It was like, okay. Hey, Sawyer just went off the board to the Chargers,
And I wonder if the Chargers think he could maybe play tackle in their scheme. That'd be interesting to know. All right, let's see. Schaefer has 2 starts in 2019 and played a lot against Notre Dame. He started every game in 2020, 2021. That's what I thought. Yeah, I mean, he's really experienced. I'm going to say that the reason Atlanta took him over Sawyer is they liked his feet and mobility for their zone scheme better. I'll tell you what, there are a few things I like more in the world. And obviously, I'm not sponsored, but I love IBC root beers, man. I remember back in the day, my dad and I used to go out, like, whenever there were supposed to be meteor showers and stuff, we'd go out into the middle of nowhere in West Tennessee, not far from where we lived. Or we'd just drive out during, like, the fall when all the cotton had been picked, because we lived right in a cotton field, a cotton field wrapped around our house on our side of the highway. And we'd get, like, IBC root beers, and we put them in the freezer for a little while just before we went out to get them frosted, and, like, go out and I'd drink, like, an IBC root beer or two while watching meteor showers. So every time I drink one or I get these, like, I think of spending time with Dad. I'll tell you, I like Atlanta's draft. Because Schaefer, I think, will compete to start at left guard. That other guard spot opposite of Chris Lindstrom. If you're ever in the Atlanta area and see Red Hair root beer, be sure to try it. Okay. Stewart's is good. I'll say that. There is what is the here in Texas? There's a Texas because I live in Texas now. I have the last decade. I found it last few years. I think it's St. Arnold's root beer is really good. It's got like a kind of magenta or purple packaging. What are these weird... Dude, there's this... I think this is brilliant from... I'm trying to see if, like, whatever this apartment hunting app or whatever is, they've got these commercial Chevy Chases that have been going on. I'm like, smart on them for using the draft. Tons of people watch the draft. Well, so here's the way I would look at it from the linebacker standpoint. So Dean. So the guys that you drafted, Ebiketie and Malone, they're pass rushers. They're edge players. They're going to play. They're going to be getting after the passer. Dean is more of an off-ball, like, coverage and run and hit linebacker. Those guys are going to be setting the edge of the defense, which Dean's a great blitzer. And I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't potentially pull the trigger on a linebacker at some point before now, because you need someone other than Deacon Jones, especially with Oluokun being gone. But Malone and Ebiketie aren't the same type of player. And one of the things the Falcons have been missing is that pass rushing element off the edge. They brought in Lorenzo Carter, but I love Ebiketie. Ebiketie had 9.5 sacks last year. He's one of James Franklin's favorite players that he's ever coached. And James Franklin, I have a lot of respect for James Franklin as a coach.
Um, so, and Ebiketti's got really great speed to power. He's got really good right link to long arm. He's got a lot of options because of his build. He's got really good leverage. He's going to be good. Malone is a little more of a project, but he's got really good physical tools rushing the passer too. Oh, that's from Night One. What just popped up? Dude, let me tell you, I had Ebiketti ranked as like my 20th ranked player. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head because I'm a moron, and so I'm good at or I'm scouting and I have these evaluations, but ranking players is hard. So I just gave ranges, and I didn't balance the ranges. Like at the very top, like my stuff, like I know kind of where I had guys, but I think I ended up because I was shuffling some of the top quarterbacks around. So at one point, Ebiketti was 24. I think I ended up moving him to 20. But I loved Ebiketti. I think he's extremely talented. I thought about moving him up higher, if I'm being completely honest. And honestly, like, I would say this. If I was the Titans and I was somehow just able to pick between Thibodeau and Ebiketti at some point as like an edge, like just for my team personally, I'd rather have Ebiketti than Kayvon Thibodeau. I actually think he's a safer pick, and I think he's got just as high of upside. But then again, I'm probably a crazy person. All right, let me see what picks have I missed. Well, that's not what I wanted. There we go. So let's go. Okay, what was the last pick that I saw? Oh, pardon me. Okay, here's the last one. So Jordan Jackson of Air Force at defensive tackle for the Saints. Huh. I didn't evaluate a single Air Force player. That doesn't mean they're not good. That's just kind of shocking. Considering there's so many like good defensive tackles like still on the board. Like Jordan Peavy of A&M is still on the board. McCall from Kentucky. Noah Ellis is still on the board from Idaho. Haskell Garrett of Ohio State still on the board. You've got Hinton from Michigan. Kalia Davis from UCF. LeBron Ray's still on the board. You know, I'll tell you another guy I'm surprised hasn't gone by now out on the edge, unless he removed himself from the draft. I don't think he did. Big Cat Bryant. And the Panthers took my guy Cade Mays. All right, I'm excited for that. So let's catch up here. Tyler Beatty. Oh, wait. No, yeah. So Tyler Beatty went to the Ravens. They got themselves a third down guy. Gregory Jr. Out of Charlotte Baptist. Cornerback. I tell you what, good for Gregory Jr. getting drafted. I love what they're doing for this kid on the NFL Network broadcast. He wants to be a sports journalist. He got to announce one of the picks.
I love this kid. This is great. I love them giving this kid a shot. This is really cool what's going on NFL Network right now. Letting him host it, or letting them host some of the show. Rich Eisen's such a cool dude. What about Ojabo? Okay, so before the injury, I'm getting back to you now. Ojabo, I loved Ojabo. And actually, I wouldn't have been shocked if the Ravens had taken him at 14 at their pick there, even after the injury. I had him mocked to Baltimore for, like, basically since the end of the season, the college season. I had Ojabo going to the Ravens. I thought he could go even higher. When Ojabo got hurt, I was thinking about pushing him ahead of Thibodeau in my rankings because I had them right next to each other. Ojabo's just such a good, explosive pass rusher, and he's got really good bend at the top of his rush. Like, he's actually, I think, as good as Aiden Hutchinson's three-cone drill was, I actually think Ojabo's a little more flexible. He's just so explosive that I think his explosiveness and his top end speed kind of slows down like his performance in like the three cone and some of those agility testing drills. But Ojabo's really good, and the connection with him and Odafe Owe being I think roommates, but being like best friends when they were at a boarding high school because they're both from originally from Africa. Odafe mentored Ojabo. The fact that they're teammates again is such a cool story, and they're so similar. That kid's so nervous. Like, when he's talking to other guys, it's really easy. When you're just looking into the camera, it's easy to get. That's so cool what they just did for that boy. I love that. Let's see, how many picks have I... Let's catch you back up on these picks. So I talked about Beatty to Baltimore. Like Beatty, he was my second, like, pure third down, like, receiving back behind James Cook because he's a little smaller. Talked about Junior from, Quachita Baptist. What a school name. That, once again, there's another one of those region scouts. Eagles got Grant Calcaterra, and then the Panthers with Cade Mays. Calcaterra is such an athletic receiver. He was originally at Oklahoma before he transferred to SMU. He was like the heir to Mark Andrews. Everyone compared him to Mark Andrews, and that's really kind of what he is. He reminds me a lot of Mark Andrews as a tight end. I think in a year that wasn't so deep at tight end, he probably would have gone earlier. And then Mays to the Panthers. The Panthers need starting offensive line help more than any team in the league, and I think Cade Mays is this year's Trey Smith. He's sliding because he had some durability concerns like Trey Smith. I just think Cade's super talented. Like, I think that's a solid move there. Oh my goodness. I've been trying not to drink too much soda, but I bought some of these, and like I drink one like maybe once a week. Oh, it's so good. But I drink mostly like water, tea, and Gatorade at this point. Oh, dude. All right. So let's see. I might go and cut a video out of this segment later and just send it to my buddies who are Chargers fans. So, kind of a fan of the Chargers, like, picks. Of course, they've only had, like, 5 so far, but I loved Zion Johnson Johnson's one of my favorite guys in the draft. I'm glad he went higher than a lot of people were projecting because I had him ranked 15th, goes 17th. I was a little shocked that they didn't take Penning considering he was on the board at 17, but JT Woods went higher than I expected. I thought he'd fall to day 3, but Woods had some great talent. And then Spiller, Ogbania, and Sawyer. Those are solid picks. I'll tell you what, man, it would have been fun to go to Vegas for the draft. Well, I would imagine so. I've never been to Vegas. Sam Roberts to New England. Oh, no. Well, at least they're talking to Reed. I don't like the secondary panel very much on NFL Network. Andy Reid and his freaking Hawaiian shirts. That dude's a legend. Cardinals. Ooh, now this is a great pick for the Cardinals. Keontae Ingram out of USC. I am really high on him. He was in my top 10. He was in my top 10 running backs, should I say. His feet, for a guy who's like, I want to say he's like 5'11", 221. He's 6 foot. 6 foot, 221. Of course, they're talking about food. I love it. Ingram to the Cardinals. Now, this is a good fit for their scheme. He's big enough and stout enough. He can get better in pass pro, but he's got really good feet for a big, like kind of a bigger running back. Really good short area burst. He had this play. I'm trying to remember who it was against, but he had to kind of cut back, and he made this like jump cut, or I say jump cut. He like hop stepped and burst back out around to the edge, and I thought it was really it would have been impressive for any running back, for a guy who's over 220. Like, it was a dirty move, and he was able to get, like, he turned a play that a back that wasn't as inventive might have lost yardage on, or at least wouldn't have gotten very far. I think he ended up getting, like, 8-10 yards on the play or so. And he's got solid hands. And then, let's see, Michael Woods, the second out of Oklahoma. Wide receiver. Really? I'll be honest. I didn't think he was good enough to warrant an eval. I mean, I watched a lot of Oklahoma. He didn't really pop off for me. Sam Roberts out of Northwest Missouri State to the Patriots. Defensive tackle. I saw some of him when I was looking for... when I was watching some of the smaller school tape. I didn't do an eval on him, but for that level of competition, he was pretty quick. I came across him when I was looking for Sam Webb tape out of Missouri Western. Which Sam Webb's still on the board. Man, we are going deep in here. I'm not shocked about this one. Treston Ebner, running back out of Baylor, 5'11", 206. He's going to be a good special teams player. His brother, of course, Nate, was a long-time special teams standout, particularly for the Patriots. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, you were in Vegas 3 weeks ago? That's tight. Oh, man. I took an allergy pill this morning. Still in my eye right now.
tell you, as soon as the draft is off, I am cleaning this apartment like crazy. I gotta. It's like one, I need to vacuum, but I also need to. I need to set up my. I need to set up my drum kit over there. Back up. Bleach my sink. It's funny that I'm sitting here like kind of not like wanting the draft to just blow through, but I'm wanting it to not go so long that I have time to like do that and do my laundry and everything and get, and then get to bed on time. Gosh, I feel like it's so different than where I was like just a couple years ago. I'm like wait, did we take... Oh, dude. Dude, I knew Theo was going to get drafted. Yes! Oh, man, that makes me feel good. Oh, I love Theo. He's tough. Sorry, I was thinking about chores. And dude, Theo goes. And to the Titans. I'm excited. I always love it when we get a Tennessee guy. I'm just glad he got drafted anyway. There was part of me that thought he might end up on the Saints somehow because it seems like a bunch of the Vols players end up on the Saints of late. Like Tuttle, Callaway, Bryce Thompson last year as well. Now, Theo's versatile too. He can play nickel and he can play either safety spot. I like that. I'm down with that. And as many injuries as we had at corner last year, it was ridiculous. I mean, there was one game I think we were playing like I want to say we were playing like I think we were down like Fulton. I know we were down Farley once he got hurt, but I think we were down Fulton, and I think either Jenkins or Molden. Like, we were down to, like, we were having to play our 5th and 6th string corners, like, pretty much every snap. So, my thing is, though, Theo kind of played, well, McCurry played outside at Auburn. I don't know why, like, I'm just not happy about the McCurry pick. Like, I like him. I guess I just didn't like him in the top 50. Well, and I guess he just wasn't the player I wanted right there. I would have rather us trade down, but I guess because Zion McCollum was on the board, like, I would have taken Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State. I can't believe McCollum went until the 5th freaking round. That didn't make any sense to me. Like, Woolen falling as far as he didn't make any sense to me. Like, if you look at Seattle's draft, their draft is nuts. Like, I mean, because I was talking about it earlier, but Charles Cross is the best pass-protecting left tackle in the draft. He's great. Abraham Lucas, arguably one of the, I would argue, is, in terms of snaps, like, he's one of the best. I'd still probably take Neal over him in pass protection. But I don't know if there's anyone else, like, in pass pro that I would take over Abraham Lucas right now. They got him in the 3rd round. They got Mafe and Kenneth Walker back-to-back in the 2nd round. So, at the very least, like, Walker should be their bell cow back then moving forward. Even though Penny had a good stretch good run down the stretch, finally looking like a 1st-round pick, they can bring him back, and he's a better pass catcher than Walker. He can be their 3rd down guy. But this probably signals the end for Chris Carson in Seattle eventually. Because I think he's in the last year of his contract. And then I love the DB picks for Seattle. Like, the fact that they got Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen on day 3's, to me, just unfair. Andy Reid here selling the Kansas City for the or for the draft in the future. All right, let's see. Have we missed? All right, Texans draft Austin Deculus. I like that pick. And the Broncos got one of the day 3 sleepers, Matt Henningsen out of Wisconsin. So I still can't believe Kellen Diesch hasn't been drafted yet. But I'll tell you, now Will Hernandez being in Mexico City makes way more sense than Najee being there. They should have brought Andre Villanueva in for the Steelers segment there. But yeah, Austin Deculus, the Texans, I think he's being undervalued. He has a lot of experience at LSU. Like, he started a lot of games. And at the very least, you could kick him into guard, but I think he's a solid tackle, though. At least for a developmental swing tackle. And getting him in the 6th round. And then, let me tell you about Henningsen from Wisconsin. So I went to watching Wisconsin's defense for Chanel and Sanborn, their linebackers, who I love, both of them. Sanborn's extremely intelligent. He's one of those guys who, he's so smart, he knows where to be. He notices when holes are going to form because of people's mistakes. Because that happens sometimes because Chanel's super aggressive, and sometimes he'd do stuff that would kind of break the run front, and Sanborn would just clean it up. Not because he just happened to be there, because Sanborn would see what was going on. Like, Sanborn's really intelligent. But Henningsen is really nice. Like, when I was watching his tape, I'm like, this guy reminds me of Cameron Thomas, who got drafted earlier in this draft of San Diego State. Henningsen blows some plays up. He's quick, he's fluid, he's smart. Like, his tape's really good. And if there was a day 3 defensive line, or should I say, if there was a guy who went day 3 on the defensive line outside of Matthew Butler and Thomas Booker that I was going to bet on, it'd be Henningsen. Which I thought Booker and Butler would sneak into the 3rd round, personally. Because Booker's ridiculously intelligent and athletic. Butler's super explosive and really good with his hands, going north-south, like straight lines. But I think Henningsen's really sound. I think that was a great get by the Broncos right there. Man, I'm so happy Theo got drafted. I'm trying to think of who some other guys. I want to say Christopher Smith is in this draft from Georgia. He played what? Safety? Let's see here. So this is what I'm looking at over here. I'm using ESPN's kind of DraftCast feature. I'm flipping between like best available, different teams picks, stuff like that. Let's see. I can't believe Verone McKinley's still on the board. Marquis Bell, I can kind of believe is still on the board here. Smoke Monday. I tell you, whoever gets Quentin Lake, his instincts are so good. Yeah, Christopher Smith, there he is.
Man, they've got him ranked 316. They don't even have a blurb here like they do with a lot of these other guys. Like, I mean, Coker out of Kentucky at 240's got one. Smoke Monday, 268's got one. But all these people, all these guys that work for Scouts Inc. for ESPN, and they don't have one for Christopher Smith. Okay. Oh, he's coming back. Kendrick declared. Okay. And that might be why they don't have the blurb on here for Smith, but that's interesting. But there's some guys that aren't on these rankings that doesn't make sense. Like, they don't have Amani Rodgers on here, and he might not get drafted, but Amani Rodgers has really blown up during the draft process. He was a former quarterback, I believe, at Eastern Michigan, and then he transferred to UNLV. And then you've got well, my brain just literally froze. What was I thinking or talking about? Oh yeah, Amani Rodgers. So he was at the senior. I think it was the Senior Bowl. It was the Senior Bowl or East West Shrine, but I think it was the Senior Bowl. And he lined up and started doing routes as receiver tight end. And he was burning, like he was just wrecking DBs and linebackers. And he was asked right afterward, or someone was interviewing him like afterward about like, you know, he was, it might have been Brett Coleman. Because if it was the East West Run game, I think it was Brett Coleman. I know Coleman was the one who told the story the way I heard it. And he was asked how many routes he ran. And he said, "Oh, I've never run a route before in my life." Imagine a 6'5", 225, 230 pound like quarterback showing up to a senior all-star event where the best like of the most experienced college players are, runs the first routes he's run in his life, and then destroys the people covering him. That's terrifying. Like, I'm kind of shocked he hasn't been drafted by someone already. Patriots on the clock. Man, I feel like this is where Mike Rose of Iowa State goes. So who did I miss? I missed a couple picks. Oh, Connor Hayward, fullback tight end out of Michigan State. So, did Hayward, was he originally at Georgia? Was he one of Mel Tucker's like transfer guys? Or was he just at Mississippi State? Is he Hayward's younger brother or something? That's why he looks so much like Cam Hayward. That makes sense. For someone who watches as much football as I do, you'd think that would have clicked at some point. Yeah, his brother is Cam, like one of the best defensive linemen of the last decade. That makes sense. Yeah. So Derek Watt is at fullback for the Steelers. So I guess like they have Hayward. The idea is like he's going to be an F, like a move tight end. Okay. Nope, that's not the thing I want to press. Okay, let's see here. Let me catch up on these picks. So, Kramer, center out of Illinois. That kind of a fit just because he's regional for Chicago and they need linemen. Luke Tenuta out of Virginia Tech. Offensive tackle. Tenuta was interesting. I didn't end up writing a full or doing like a full eval on him, but 6'8", 320-pound offensive tackles are interesting. They drafted one last year in Spencer Brown, 6'8", 315 out of Northern Iowa. Tenuta's not as good, but I think that's an interesting upside pick. And then Chasen Hines to LSU. Hines a big old boy, 6'3", 330. I like that pick for the Patriots. The Patriots actually do pretty good drafting linemen in the 6th and 7th round. Last time notably, Mike Onwenu. A lot of times I go Onyewu. It's like, no, it's Onwenu. Who they drafted in the 6th round. He ended up, because of injury, starting at right tackle and doing really well, and they moved him inside to guard. I want to say James Ferentz, who they brought in, no, I think he might have been undrafted and not a 6th round pick. And then I think David Andrews out of Georgia that starts for them. I almost want to say he was like a 6th or 7th round pick by them, because I couldn't believe he fell as far as he did in the draft. Because I remember when Andrews was coming out of Georgia, like, he was just so technically sound. I didn't get why people had him ranked so low. And the Patriots like SEC linemen as well. Like between Andrews and former first-round pick Isaiah Wynn, also out of Georgia. Wynn's problem is not spraining his freaking ankles, though, or breaking a foot. Like, it's weird with Wynn, like, just the amount of foot and ankle stuff that he's had. These apartments.com commercials with Chevy Chase are something else. All right. Let's see here. And there we go, the Rams keeping Quentin Lake in LA. This is a very LA Rams pick. Dude, Lake has stupid good instincts. I don't care about like him being like a little slow or whatever. He just when he's in coverage, it doesn't matter whether he's in a hook zone, he's good at playing down the flat or in a 2 deep. I don't think he has the range to play single high, but for the Rams, for the type of defense they like to play, running a lot of quarters, running 2 deep safety stuff, Lake is awesome for that. Oh, I love that. Oh, that was Jeff Goldblum, not Chevy Chase. You're right. So this is how embarrassing that is. I'm so blind that I thought Jeff Goldblum was Chevy Chase because of the voice for some reason. I appreciate that. You letting me know that in chat. Oh, I feel stupid. See, I haven't been paying attention to the commercials. That was the first one I actually looked at. That's an insult to Goldblum that I compared, or that I thought he was Chevy Chase, because Chevy Chase is kind of a jerk in real life. I remember, so here's what's funny. So when I was a kid, I had this irrational fear of T-Rexes. Only T-Rexes. Because I was like 4, and my dad was watching Jurassic Park, and I just so happened to walk into the room, and it was like one of the scenes with the T-Rex, and it scarred me for like several years. Like, I'm talking into like, until I was like 8, 9 years old. So I homeschooled. If no one else was like in the room, there was a period of time where I had like this weird, well, it went away, and then my buddy had this Jurassic Park themed video game, and a T-Rex like thing happened and it killed us, and it just terrified me from for like another year, and then eventually by the time I was 10, I was over it. But it's really funny. Jurassic Park scarred me for life at one point. Actually, I have one of my best friends has a Jeep just like the ones from Jurassic Park. Literally the exact same model. Man, that's pretty. Jacob Eason. I don't know what people's obsession with Jacob Eason is. Like, I get he's got a lot of physical talent, but I mean, like, dude, if the guy wanted to be a good quarterback, he'd be a good quarterback. He didn't want it. Best thing that happened to Georgia's program was that Eason got, I hate to say it this way, that Eason got hurt and Fromm was able to take over. Although, to be fair, you could say on the other hand that if that hadn't happened, maybe Fields would have actually beaten out Eason instead of transferring to Ohio State. Who knows? They were talking about Seattle's quarterback room, and Jacob Eason's in it. I'm just gonna say this too, because they're talking about Baker Mayfield too, and Charles Davis just brought up a salient point. Not because I've been thinking about this too. How many times do people have to tell Baker Mayfield he's not good enough and then get proven wrong? Like, how many times does it have to happen? Because it happened at Texas Tech. He walked on to Texas Tech. All the quarterbacks got hurt, and he was great. But they did have Patrick Mahomes. And Kingsbury was kind of right to have, or that, Mahomes was better. So they didn't offer him a scholarship. Mayfield goes to Oklahoma as a walk-on, wins the job, eventually wins the Heisman Trophy, and then people were trashing him in the draft process like the year before the Heisman win. But, he was great at Oklahoma, goes number 1. People kind of didn't believe in him. He won the Browns a playoff game, for crying out loud. And a year later, we're trading for Deshaun Watson. With all the bad, regardless of what you think about the whole Deshaun Watson thing, the publicity, bad. The Watson's life choices to get him into that situation were bad. Regardless of whether you think the worst of it on his side or not. I mean, at the very least, he was, hitting up fake massage therapists on Instagram. Like, that's pervy. So Kendrick went to LA. That's interesting. Man, and then Fitzpatrick right after him goes to Atlanta. Looks like Atlanta wanted a move tight end as well. Well, big is Fitzpatrick? 6'7", 260. Yeah, he's more of a Y. So Fitzpatrick, he really only got to block at Georgia though, which everybody needs blocking tight ends. Like he could stick for years if he's just good at that, and he was good at that. Yeah, I mean, this is my issue with Watson. Because I'll say this. When I did the first run of my stream back last spring, I got really busy in the towards the end of the summer, and I just didn't start it back up until like the beginning of this year. I was covering the legal stuff, and there's a lot of weird stuff with how everything has gone down legally with Watson, that there's a lot of red flags. And there's Watson's attorney even back then said, well, we've got evidence of like social media posts, social media messages, text messages, and other things of these people who are accusing him basically bragging about what she did or what they did or this or that positively. Like there's a bunch of weird stuff with that. And it turns out a lot of these women were Instagram massage therapists, but they're not licensed massage therapists. And that just so happens to be a big thing on Instagram that I'm not going to say or call them what they are because I, would like my YouTube channel to not get deranked. Of course, I'm over 2 hours into the stream, so actually I think now I can literally say whatever I want, but I'm still going to be careful. My thing is, look at what Watson was doing even if you put what Watson was doing in its best light, it's pervy and bad. And it's like, don't come at me with this whole, like, for someone like me who's a, very who's active in my church, like I serve, that's like, to me, the most important thing in my life is my relationship with Christ. Watson can't come at me with that now. And he wants to talk about, like, I was taught, I've always respected women. I'm like, if you really respect women, you wouldn't have been doing what you were doing either, in my opinion. But that depends on what you mean by respecting women. If you just mean not, assaulting them in some way, that's not respect. That's just baseline human decency. Like, I think he was. I think he was using the Falcons as a leverage play on other teams. Personally, I'm wondering how legit Atlanta's interest was. I mean, should I say, I think Atlanta was interested. I don't think he was interested in going to Atlanta. I thought I really was kind of like, when the Matt Ryan to Indianapolis thing happened, though, I was like, wow, that really just happened. Because of his contract. Like, that was crazy. Like, when I saw that, I'm like, but I'll tell you, there are a lot of people who, around the Falcons fan base, I've been seeing, trashing, their new, or y'all's GM, Fontenot, for everything. Like, oh, he's destroying everything. It's like, yeah, that's literally, I hope y'all, or maybe you're a little more aware, but it was pretty obvious that Atlanta needed a big teardown because of the cap situation, because of what Dimitrov and the Dimitrov-led football department, what they had done financially. It's like painful rebuild was coming. It's kind of like the Saints. Like, the Saints just had to let Teron Armstead and Marcus Williams walk. And potentially, depending on how things go, they might have to do something similar. Fontenot's having to make some really tough decisions. And he's doing his best to keep the talent that's still worth keeping around. Because I'll say this with my Titans, because, like, I love so many of our young players. I'm really hoping, like,
I'm really hoping these players work out in this draft because like there's a number of the picks like I did not love the McCreary pick. I didn't like from a value standpoint, and because of I guess what I see the team needing. Like we haven't taken a tight or wait no. We finally took a tight end. Actually, we took Chigakonkwo, which I loved that pick because my comp for him has been Delaney Walker, and Delaney Walker was so awesome for us. Except I think he's a higher upside Delaney Walker, which is crazy to think about. But at the very least, we might have gotten a Delaney Walker clone, Jonnu Smith clone. But I didn't love the. I'm not high on Petit Ferrer out of Ohio State at all. I thought his tape was terrible against his best competition. He looked awful. And I'm just kind of like, I would have rather us drafted like Kellen Deesh. But I'm worried, like, with the Tannehill stuff, or like with Tannehill's contract. I'll say I like the upside for Willis. What I'm worried about is our fan base. I feel like the Titans fan base, because we've got all the Tanna haters. And, I mean, Tannehill had a rough year last year, but we lost Smith, which Arthur Smith replacing Matt LaFleur, the offense arguably got better. Well, I mean, it did. Really. And then we don't have him anymore. We had all those injuries last year to Derrick Henry. And even in that playoff game against the Bengals, like, Derrick Henry wasn't 100%. Tannehill made some bad decisions, but like, Willis needs to sit a year to develop. And, man, I am not ready for Tannehill throwing his first interception. Everyone starts freaking out on Twitter from Malik Willis. It's like, great, our fan base is going to destroy 2 quarterbacks' careers in, the same season. Let's see here. So, Jasir Taylor, cornerback out of Wake Forest, got drafted by the Chargers. Huh. That was solid. So man, they got a bunch of these Mexico international things going on. Lasita Smith to the Cardinals. Smith is nice. Smith's a good athlete. Smith, I think, is actually a really good fit for the Cardinals' run game. And then Curtis Brooks out of Cincinnati, defensive tackle to the Colts. I thought he was going to be an undrafted guy, and he's going in the 6th round. Well, we're just in that part of the draft. Like, these are those regional scouts. I mean, Brooks didn't look good in the game against Alabama. Like, Alabama ran all over Cincinnati. How do you feel about all these international games? Because, like, I don't know if I love it. Like, I get that the NFL is kind of a national, or I mean, is like, there's a lot of people around the world who watch it, but considering how much money is spent on the stadiums, and not to mention how much money is spent by fans in the cities, I feel like every game should be in an NFL city. I feel like it almost feels like you're robbing the fans who the teams were built by. To be honest, I'd rather see preseason games played overseas, but I get why that doesn't happen. But I mean, it's not like any of the European or like the other international leagues. It's like for soccer, it's not like they play regular season games in America. No, they do an off-season tour where maybe their star players play some, or they do those the summer international cup tournaments like here and in other countries. Like, I don't love that. Like, I've put up with the London games. But now we've got Germany. Seems like we're going to start pushing into, like, Mexico. I just don't like all these international games. Because guess what's going to end up happening? Eventually it's going to be China. And, I just don't want to... I don't think we should be hosting stuff in a communist, like a totalitarian state. Yeah. I feel like... and I saw some people... well, I'll say this. So I follow Brett Coleman, who actually used to work in production at NFL or for the NFL at NFL Network, and he's got a really good channel here on YouTube. His film rooms and stuff, really good content. His podcast, Bootleg Football, I like to listen and watch live. They're really cool guys, him and EJ. But Brett, I remember, was talking about the coverage or the international games like Germany, and he was talking about, it seems like most everybody's, or he put out a tweet and he's like, from what I've gathered, most people seem to be really excited about these international games. It's like, and then everyone in the replies like, no, we're not. Like, well, he was talking about Saints-Bengals game being in Germany. Whether that game should be in, like, Germany or New Orleans, like, as a home game for the Saints or whatever. And he's like, it seems like a lot of, or majority of people seem to be, or seem to think that, it's good for it to be in Germany. And all the Saints fans are like, what are you talking about? Like, getting to see Burrow and Chase, there were some weird people saying, like, why would you be excited for Burrow and Chase to play for another team in New Orleans? Like, why would you cheer for that? It's like, it's not like they're rooting for them to win. Like, people are saying root for them. It's like, but you want to see your guys again. Like, I get that. But who the heck would want that game in Germany when it could be in New Orleans? Like, think about the merchandising and everything. That doesn't even make sense. So, like, all the replies, and Brett, I remember Brett, I want to say it was on, it wasn't on, was it on Twitter? Or I think maybe it was EJ, mentioned that Brett was like, yeah, I don't think it's like, yeah, I guess I didn't look deep enough before I made that tweet. I don't know what's going on. My goodness, what time is it? We're at 4:20. I don't really partake, but blaze it. My goodness, we've got another full round of this. Do I try and go through the 7th round? Because this is eking by right now, considering... All right. Oh, we got a Jackson State player, Coach Prime, James Houston the fourth out of Jackson State. Big linebacker, 6', 244. He's nice. I liked him. He was one of my favorite HBCU players. He's got a really, really quick first step. Good arm length. He's going to be a minimum a really good run defender. I think he's got pass rush upside. Good for Coach Prime getting his first getting a guy drafted.
They should go to 90 seconds between picks in the 7th round. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's like, I mean, part of the reason they have like a certain amount of time is because there's communication that goes on. You've got, like they've got to call. So team obviously calls into the league office. This is the pick. The league office then calls the next team and says, "Hey, you're on the clock. This player just got picked. Take him off your board." And then stuff happens. Tight end who? It's like Cloft out of Minnesota. Yeah, Cleft out of Minnesota. Dude, here's another one of those guys. ESPN has nothing. Oh, they at least have his height and weight. 6'5", 265. Not ranked. And then Tennessee. Ooh, I like this pick for us. Chance Campbell out of Ole Miss. 6'2", 232. He had a really good combine workout. I don't understand how ESPN has him ranked 303. He was in my top 50. No, I like that. I like that. What are they doing here? What are they playing, like some kind of game on the network broadcast? So they're I guess the truck's trying to find trying to get pictures or tape of prospects. They couldn't find one for Ian's guy. That's good. A punter from UC Davis. Actually, I think there will be. They'll have some kind of film for him against Eastern Washington. Oh, that's gold, man. Now see, this is more interesting than like half the draft coverage, dude. My goodness, that's a great stream idea. Doesn't have highlights for it. Yeah. Dude, that is dope. That is a really cool game. Picks in for the Niners. Oh, they don't have him. All right, let's see. All right, that we've just hit the last picks of the 6th round. Kalia Davis of UCF and for the Niners. And then the Niners got Tariq Castro Fields out of Penn State. That's good value. Castro Fields, you get that guy down here at, what pick is this? We should be in the 200s now. Pretty deep in it. 221, you got the ESPN's 153 or Scouts Inc.'s, and he's a top 150 guy for me as well. I think he was 148 or 149. Wait, Delta State, like they got him.
It's funny.
All right, let's move. I guess we're waiting to start the 7th round now. His name is Winningham? That's a great name.
Dude, they need this needs to be a running segment, like the whole draft, just obscure players. Like that could be. Oh my god, that's it. That's entertainment. All right. Part of me feels like I should just go ahead and like run and like take it 30 seconds right now and do or throw in a load of laundry, but do I? Let's see here. Well,
yeah, that's very much Jeff Goldblum. How did I think that was Chevy Chase? My God. That just shows how much TV and movies I don't watch these days. That's obviously Goldblum's voice. All right, first pick of the 7th round, Monteric Brown out of Arkansas to the Jaguars. My buddy's Jordan Hayden, Arkansas boy, is going to love that. Let's see what I got here. Of course, it's a picture of me just kind of dumbly sitting there with my arms by my side.
sorry, got some pictures from got tagged in a post with some pictures from Beast Feast from Thursday night. The event I sang at. That was really cool. Oh gosh. All right, so to eat up dead air here, I guess right now, and I've said this at different points during my coverage the last 2 days, I think it's very clear, like, some teams that definitely won during this draft. The Jets and Seahawks have nailed this draft. From today's perspective, value and hitting needs, those two teams, home runs. The Ravens, they always own day 3 in particular anyway, because they're always wheeling and dealing. But I think they did a great job. I think trading Marquis Brown was, I think that was, getting a first round pick, and I think pick 106 for him was really good. Oh my God. I forgot about this when they announced this earlier. A wedding at the NFL draft. How Vegas. So they got engaged at an NFL draft, and they got married at the NFL draft. Chiefs and Saints fans. That's funny. Back on. Well, let's see here. I thought Georgia was gonna push for it if some of the fringe guys got drafted, like Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick getting drafted was big. There was some thought that because of his athletic testing numbers, especially at the pro day, like Kendrick kind of disappointed in that regard that he might not get drafted. I felt like the two. I'll say this. I don't know if he's going to be a stud in the NFL, and I just figured it would be hard for him to not get drafted because he is physical. He does have some instincts and good. He's got pretty good ball skills. I mean, 2 picks against Michigan. I think some people thought he was a better prospect than he really was. Because if there was one thing I think Georgia could have, if there was one part of Georgia's defense that wasn't as good as the rest of it, because safety, linebacker, defensive line, like everything was stunts. Corner seemed like it could have been a little better, in my opinion. Which it would have been if, who was the guy who transferred out to, what was it, West Virginia, I think? Or was it Clemson? I can't remember. 15, though. That's crazy. And that's impressive because 2019 LSU was insanely talented. They didn't have 15 players drafted in that next draft. All those Alabama teams haven't had 15 guys in one draft. That's nuts. And here's the crazy part. If we want to count transfers, there's a 16th player or at least one transfer from the 2020 team got drafted, Jermaine Johnson. Which, by the way, that 2020 Georgia defense, like, Jermaine Johnson was on that team. Obviously, Monty Rice was also on that team. Richard LeCount. My gosh. So many, like, and then Campbell and Stokes. I might be forgetting somebody. And then all the guys who were on who just got drafted were obviously on the 2020 team too. Well, except for Kendrick. But that's insane. I tell you, I miss those days of that being Tennessee because, I mean, in the late 90s, early 2000s, it felt like Tennessee was getting like, it felt like we had like 10 guys get drafted or like anywhere from 7 to 11 guys drafted every year, it felt like. I mean, in every position, like, we had like a receiver getting drafted usually every year, at least every 2. We used to put out tight ends. I mean, like, we used to put out at every position. One thing that hadn't stopped is the punters. Although Paxton Brooks he's like the worst punter I think we've had in my lifetime. But all right, let's see. Let's check back in on the picks. All right, so Isaiah Thomas out of Oklahoma went to the Browns. He's got good size, but I just feel like I don't know if that's going to do anything. Cameron Good out of Cal. 6'4", 240 linebacker to the Dolphins.
Mark Robinson out of Ole Miss, 5'11", 235, undersized linebacker. I'm really surprised Robinson got drafted. Ooh, now here, okay, I'll tell you, this is a player I really, really, really like. Oh yeah, Cade Mays was Georgia guy before he went to Tennessee too. That's true. I guess I was just thinking defensively, you know, because y'all's defense, like talent on the 2020 and 2021 rosters is just ridiculous. And I mean, heck, the best player on that defense won't even be drafted till next year, and that's Jalen Carter. So the guy who just got drafted by the Bears, Ja'Tyre Carter, out of Southern, I am a huge fan of him. He's really athletic. He is really strong. He's got a great first step for a big guy. And he is mean. He is one of the meanest blockers I've ever seen. Like, he did exactly what you would expect at the FCS level and just dominated that kind of competition. I was going to say, he reminds me, or I would put him, he reminds me of Ali Marpet, who just retired from Tampa Bay. Yeah, Houston out of Jackson State. They're talking about him right now. He's ridiculously talented. He should have been invited to the combine. He's got elite athletic traits. He's 6'2", 241. But he's a beast. Actually, I'll tell you who Houston kind of reminds me of. I'm not saying he's going to be as good, but his build and his play style and his ability not only to get or rush off the edge but play in coverage reminds me of James Harrison, who was a small school guy who went to Kent State. And then Nick Muse out of South Carolina just got drafted by the Vikings. That's interesting. Vikings needed a developmental tight end. Muse didn't get I've not heard a single person utter Muse's name in the draft process. He's an upside guy. If he had a better quarterback this year at South Carolina, Muse might have ended up. Well, I mean, he got drafted, but I think Muse might have actually ended up having a little more buzz. Was that Tariq Carpenter who just got drafted? Let's see. Yeah, Tariq Carpenter out of Georgia Tech to the Packers. Inside linebacker. I like Carpenter's range at the position. But, like, Carpenter's a solid athlete. Not a lot of durability concerns. Oh, wait, no. I'm thinking of someone else. No. Actually, I think Carpenter would have gone higher. I'm trying to remember if it was a knee issue that he had. But he's played through a lot of injuries. But my favorite thing for Carpenter out of Georgia Tech, he's got good recognition and instincts. Like, I'm trying to find a way to describe it, especially in coverage. He's not great at taking on blocks, but he is good at he's good at getting sideline to sideline, and he's good at tackling once he gets to the running back. But you don't want him having to take on blocks. And it depends, like, for tackling, like, I guess he's better at getting there than actually finishing the play. I don't necessarily love him when he's having to tackle in space, though. If he's tackling, like, in a lane, though, he's pretty good. But he's more of a third down player. Like, I look at Carpenter, and he's kind of like a nickel sub-package type guy. All right. Let's see here. And the Seahawks just drafted Bo Melton. So this is something I want to say about the Seahawks. I've talked about how I thought they've been winning the draft. Their receiver room. So for the past couple years, they continue to get like some of my favorite receivers, dating back to like Tyler Lockett. I loved Lockett. Everyone, I mean, DK Metcalf went viral because of his combine workout and that photo of how just ripped and shredded he is. But beyond that, I love the Dwayne Eskridge pick last year. I thought it was a little hot. I really would have preferred him in the third round, but Eskridge has just great speed and burst. The year before that, they had picked up Penny Hart, I believe, undrafted out of Georgia State. I still believe in him as a potential elite slot receiver. But sometimes guys who are playing the slot, and especially if you're not like an elite athlete or whatever, some of those guys even the best ones, it takes them a couple years to break in. Wes Welker wasn't immediately awesome. Julian Edelman wasn't immediately awesome. Hunter Renfrow took him a little bit to really break out. I'm excited that the Titans drafted Kyle Phillips, but it wouldn't shock me if he's not like a top like 15 slot receiver first season. But I love Penny Hart. And then Freddie Swain was a late round pick that I thought was a really good flyer who's looked really good for him. And then they picked up Cade Johnson as an undrafted free agent last year out of South Dakota State. He was one of my favorite undrafted players. He was one of my favorite day 3 prospects last year. He's not like super fast or anything, or even especially quick, but Johnson's just really savvy. He creates enough separation and he catches the ball. Like, he's just solid. He's just one of those guys that it works. And I felt like he was a guy that could take him a couple years to really get his footing. But now they get Bo Melton. Bo Melton's tape reminds me of Terry McLaurin. If Terry McLaurin played for a college that had a terrible quarterback, a terrible offensive scheme, and just was kind of terrible all around. Like, Melton's route running, though, like, if you take McLaurin's tape from Ohio State and you put it next to Bo Melton's tape, you might think they were the same player. And athletically speaking, they are very much the same. 4.3 speed, like low, mid 4.3. I think Melton was it a 4.33, 4.34, and then McLaurin was somewhere in the 4.3s. Oh, this is a great speech by Rich Eisen. Eisen's so desperate for the Jets. The fact that Bo Melton and Chris Paul and Jatire Carter went in the 7th freaking round. So, Braylon Spector of Clemson to the Bills. That's a very Bills pick. I like the fit there for them. But Chris Paul out of Tulsa, he had an amazing combine. He played tackle at Tulsa. He's going to play guard in the NFL. If you have him at guard, man, that's really nice. Like a 7th round pick for what? Like him in the 7th round? Daniel Jeremiah would make a Padres joke. Oh, my eyes. So talking about the Jets, and I love Eisen. He's almost like a prophet of the rise of the Jets with how everything's going. I love it. I love the optimism. Oh man, talking about Joe Douglas, Joe Douglas. It's like the picks. It's like they're being made by someone who knows what they're doing. And we have a coach that's got a light bulb above his head. Oh, I love it. I love it. That nice. This is good. Man, this is so much better than, why would I'll say this. Why would anyone watch ESPN's broadcast when you could have Rich Eisen, Daniel Jeremiah, Charles Davis, Peter Schrager? The NFL Network's production is so much better. And so much more entertaining. Now Eisen's like, you know what? We've talked enough about this. We need to stop. Like that. Let's see. What other picks have come in? Nothing since Spectre. And honestly, the Giants have done a good job with their draft. It's almost like the Giants have a GM now who knows what they're doing. Who would have thought that Dave Gettleman didn't know what he was doing? I'll tell you what. Yeah, Wan'Dale Robinson. I mean, they're comparing him to Cole Beasley, but it's like someone took Cole Beasley and put a jetpack on his back. Like, Robinson's way faster than Beasley, and he's way more agile and shifty. Like, Robinson is like Beasley if Beasley had big play potential written all over him. Like, Robinson can make plays down the field.
Huh. That's interesting from Rappaport. And the Giants were talking up, or like there was a lot of talk that Charles Cross was like the Giants were really high on him, which they were, but Neal was their number one guy. A lot of people thought Charles Cross was the Giants' number one tackle. That's interesting. Man, the Giants with Thibodeau and Ojolari, very complimentary edge rushers. All right, all right. Man, I guess I'm trying to come up with stuff to talk about. Let's see. Any new picks come in? All right, we've. Oh, there's been a burst of picks here. Let's see. Broncos. Fallon Hicks, 5'10", 192-pound corner out of Wisconsin. I'm actually not shocked Hicks got drafted. He's not rated by ESPN, but they actually have a little bit of a blurb on him. Not fast, but he's got quick feet and good burst. Did they just reference Dr. Disrespect? What? That was bizarre. Hicks hadn't picked off a pass since 2018. Yeah. But he's on. Wisconsin's defense was really good. I can see him going. Let's see here. Then Drake Young out of Lenoir Rhine. I'm pretty sure Lenoir Rhine. Oh, where have I? There's another player that came out of there. I'm trying to think. Who? Trying to think who. But I've heard I want to say it was EJ from Bootleg Football was talking about Drake Young from Lenoir Rhine, saying that he was a guy that he'd love to see drafted, if I'm not mistaken. He's a big receiver too, 6'3", 220. And then Jonathan Ford out of Miami. Defensive tackle out of Miami. He's a big-bodied boy. I know who this is. I did watch him on tape. I will say I didn't do an eval, like a full eval. I didn't get. He was a guy that was on the list to potentially do one, but I didn't get to him. But in watching Miami, he's just a big wide body who can control the middle of the line. I mean, there's a reason he was rated lower than some other guys. Like I had him. I'm surprised that he went before McCall from Kentucky or Ellis from Idaho, but you know, not the worst. That's not the worst pick in the world for Green Bay. They needed a nose tackle, but I just kind of, once again, why not go with Ellis or McCall? I guess they liked Ford better than I did. I am going to run to the restroom real quick. Be right back. Okay. So, well, I'll say this. Hal, if you're still here, if you've got any questions, and it doesn't just have to be draft related, since you're here, you're the audience. If you would like me to pull up the Falcons depth chart or whatever, and kind of give you some thoughts on the team, or answer some questions about that or any other team, I'd be totally down. Because to be honest, like, as much as I want to talk about picks and stuff, I'm totally down to do whatever anybody, or answer any questions, or kind of go off wherever. Also, I don't know if you're a basketball fan, but if you're a Hawks fan, sorry that they got eliminated. Dude, oh, Wyatt. Dude, Wyatt in a Packers jersey might just be too perfect. Oh. There was kind of this dream in my mind that Wyatt might be available at 26 and the Titans would draft him and pair him with Simmons. Wyatt's one of my favorite players in the draft. Like, just period. One, I love that style of player. I love penetrating defensive tackles, like 3 techniques in particular. Well, 3 to 5 techniques, 3, 4, 5 technique players. And Wyatt's just mouth-watering talent. Let's see, the Rams. Daniel Hardy out of Montana State. 6'3", 223-pound outside linebacker. That's a solid pick. So, when I was watching Trey Anderson at Montana State, Hardy also stood out on tape as a really solid player. Like, I thought someone would pick him up as undrafted. The Rams actually picked him. Good for Hardy. Like, he's quick. Huh. Let's see. Chargers. Dean Leonard out of Ole Miss. Corner. Huh. I kind of really... Leonard out of Ole Miss got picked over Sam Webb. I'm kind of shocked there. Let's see here. Chase Lucas out of Arizona State. Now, I thought he would have gone before Leonard as well. I figured Lucas would go in the 7th round. Don't have a lot of thoughts on him. All right, let's see here. What are the chances that Ritter actually becomes the solution at QB for Atlanta? Well, I'll say this much. There are very few players. He and Kenny Pickett are two rare examples of guys who have started as many games as they have. And if I'm just breaking down Ritter completely honestly, he's got good arm talent. I really liked his deep ball. He's got plus talent. If anything, he's got better arm talent than Pickett. He's got better arm talent. I would argue he's got better pure arm talent than Joe Burrow. Like, Joe Burrow's got a fine arm. His accuracy, his touch and everything, his timing, that's what makes Burrow special. Ritter could improve a little bit on his timing and anticipation at times. if we're talking about the, I'll say that Arthur Smith's offense should be an offense that gives Ridder a really high chance of success. Like, it should improve his chances of success. Because some of the stuff that Ridder does best is playing off a play action. It is playing out of, and he has great movement abilities. I think some of the play action and move type stuff will help him. I think he will do really well with London because he had a receiver in Alec Pierce who was a big-bodied, throw it up, place the ball in the right spot and let Pierce use his physicality to box out and make the catch. So he should fit with London. He should fit with Kyle Pitts. Ridder was my quarterback 3. I had him rated ahead of Malik Willis. Because, one, I just didn't think Willis was as talented as some people he was being compared to. I like Ridder's toughness and his consistency, his poise. There was never a game where Ridder looked like he was out of his depth. He never looked panicked. I'll say this, despite Alabama's pass rush, Ridder never looked panicked against Alabama. Look at how Bryce Young looked for a lot of the Georgia game, especially the second half against Georgia. Bryce Young looked panicked, which one, he was a first-year starter. Ridder's really calm and collected, and he's tough. And he's got really good athleticism. There's going to be stuff. I think Ridder's got a really good chance because I think they're going to have a stable voice in his ear. One of the reasons Mariota's where he is right now is because early in his career, the Titans couldn't figure out who they wanted to be the coach. It was Ken Wisenhunt. Then it was Mike Mularkey for a couple years, and Brian Robisky at offensive coordinator. That wasn't good. That team won despite those guys. And then we finally got a good voice in there. But by that point, I think Mariota was already hurting. If Smith sticks, and I think he's going to, Ridder's got a really good shot of success. But you want to ruin a quarterback early, go through too many offensive coordinators. You want to know who's dealing with that right now? It's Tua Tagovailoa. He's been through 4 offensive coordinators in 2 years. That's why Brian Flores got fired. But, I mean, this is the thing with this quarterback class. There's not a quarterback in this class that I would take ahead of the 5 guys who went last year, including Mac Jones. Sam Howell was my QB1. If it says anything about this class, he was drafted with the first pick in the 5th round. I love Sam Howell, but there are warts. For Ridder, one of the warts for Ridder is, I mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo, I think last night when the pick was made. Garoppolo is an accurate quarterback, except when he's not. He has these weird moments where he misses throws that just kind of, you're like, what? Ridder does that, but he doesn't do it as often as, say, Garoppolo does at his worst. But Ridder's got more arm talent than Garoppolo. So, and he's really intelligent and poised and, affable, and his teammates love him, his coaches love him. He's really, one of the reasons Jimmy Garoppolo is a starting NFL quarterback is because his teammates believe in him. His coaches believe him. They trust him. They know he's not perfect. They know he's not necessarily an elite quarterback. But he's someone that people will go to battle for. Ridder is a quarterback that his teammates, from all accounts, will go to battle for. And there's something about trusting in your quarterback. There's something about having that guy that you believe is the guy to lead you. It just, he's a guy I really do think a team can be galvanized around. And that's something intangible that you can't quantify.
So the Washington's up to pick. Let's see what picks I've missed. So Thayer Munford of Ohio State went to the Raiders. Rodney Thomas II of Yale goes to the Colts, a 6'2", 200-pound safety. I'll be honest, I did not scout Rodney Thomas. Can't say anything about him. Munford, though, he's not going to. I don't think he's going to play tackle in the NFL. I don't think his feet are fast enough. He is 6'6", though, so I mean he's maybe a little tall for guard. If you've got a shorter quarterback, but they've got Derek Carr. Man, that guy's country. He one of my people. Amen to that, sir. Let's see who Washington picks here. Is JoJo going to go anytime? He might go undrafted. Okay, so Holmes out of Oklahoma State got drafted. Holmes should have gotten a combine invite, in my opinion. He was really good on a good defense, and I love his build. 6'2", 201. He's got a strong build. He's I think he could be really good as a cover 2 corner. Like I don't love his downfield ability, but I think as a cover 2 guy, flat defender, press, like be physical receivers at the line, and do well like in run support, Holmes could be a solid guy. And I think he'll be good on special teams. All right. Let's see, here we go. What you got here? I hope he's the answer. Okay. Falcons fan. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. And that is kind of one of those nice things. Like, it's amazing when you hear teams complain about certain things. It's one of the funniest things about, like, Cleveland and the stuff with Baker. It's like, this guy won you a playoff game. And, like, he led you there. And it's like, did you forget? Just all of a sudden, because you had some expectations after one good season, did you all just forget? They have like a kind of a season this past year. Like they definitely were disappointing, but that was for multiple reasons. Like their offensive line didn't play as well, which was interesting because their offensive line was so good in 2020. Like. It's really funny to see how quickly like the Browns fans like turned on Baker Mayfield. And I get it to some degree when you see how good Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson have been, who are from the same draft class. But I mean, Mayfield, his rookie year, once they fired Hugh Jackson and Todd Haley, how good like he was that year. And then they shouldn't have hired Frank Kitchens to be their head coach. They shouldn't have done that. Who was the interim coach, or at least he was the offensive coordinator, and then the interim head coach was Greg Williams, the defensive coordinator. They ended up hiring Frank Kitchens to be the head coach. That shouldn't have happened. That's what happened in 2019. And then they hired Stefanski in 2020, and things go really well. They also stayed healthy in 2020 for the most part.
they weren't as healthy in 2021, and that's a big thing to do about it. And there was just so much drama around there, but yeah, it is nice when you've got like long-term stability at the QB position. That's kind of been one of the things for Titans fans, like when Tannehill hit in 2019, that was so like we got kind of excited because like we finally got a long, prolonged stretch of competent quarterback play for a season, because like that was the thing with Mariota. Like he'd have games where he'd have stretches, but it seemed like it would just disappear. Like it felt like Tannehill was helping us win games rather than the rest of our team winning games, and Mariota just not losing them for us. And then 2020 happened, and Tannehill was good for the whole season, like great for the whole season. And it's like, we've got competent quarterback, we've got it. And then last year things kind of, but once again, injuries and a new offensive coordinator. I really feel like, you know, I'm really hoping Tannehill's more like the 2019-2020 version himself this year, with the second year with this offensive coordinator, and hopefully a healthier team. But we'll see. I tell you what, it's going to be when Packers fans, when Rodgers is gone, man, like, because think about this run. The Packers went from Brett Favre. They went from it was like, what, 17 seasons of Brett Favre, or 16, 17 seasons of Brett Favre, to Aaron Rodgers. Now, of course, there were like the years where Aaron Rodgers missed a decent amount of time, and like he had that one bizarro year where, I mean, he was still kind of banged up, but like think about that stretch of quarterback play for the Packers. Like when those guys were healthy, which, I mean, Favre never missed a game, but or like the Colts. You had Peyton for so long, then he gets hurt and misses like basically that entire year. Then they drafted Andrew Luck. And then when he was healthy, which Luck wouldn't be retired right now if Ryan Grigson built his team the way Chris Ballard has been building that team. The fact that Grigson just ignored the offensive line like he did was just insane. Because, I mean, seriously, what the heck was Grigson doing? Like, you got to protect your franchise investment. So, man, I'm trying to think of some teams that just had, like, really competent quarterback play for an extended period of time. You know, the Broncos had that for a long time with Elway, and then I guess, like, they had that blip with Brian Griese. I don't know if you'd call that competent. But then they got Jake Plummer, who was quarterback for a while. And then they found a starting quarterback. I don't care what anyone says. They found a good starting quarterback in Jay Cutler. And then Josh McDaniels ruined that relationship immediately upon becoming head coach and traded him. Like, so funny. I'll tell you one staple, it seems, of really good Atlanta teams, though. And I think that's kind of been missing the last few years. When Atlanta's good, they've got a top 10 running back. At least in my lifetime. I mean, Anderson, Jamal Anderson was a beast of a runner. Then they eventually, you had Warwick Dunn, who y'all took away from the Buccaneers. If I'm correct, he started off with the Buccaneers, and then the Falcons signed him. And then Michael Turner took over from him. And then y'all had that really nice backfield tandem of Devontae Freeman and Tevin Coleman, who neither were as good after they left Atlanta. Although Freeman kind of fell off after he signed his contract extension. I'll tell you what, as much as I love Derrick Henry, him getting hurt this year and like his contract, I'm like, please let Derrick Henry be that freak of nature who runs against the grain of modern like running back play, or like modern running back like trends, because like I want him to last like another 4 or 5 seasons being like himself. I want to see like that historic Hall of Fame type running back. Let's see. All right, who have we missed here? Man, Chris Oladokun, cornerback, South Dakota State. So I remember watching him when I was watching tape of Christian Watson and Isaiah Weston, wide receivers, which Isaiah Weston hasn't been drafted yet either, and I can't believe that. Oladokun has some real potential, but he's gonna need some work. But the Seahawks have do a good job of coaching the secondary, and the Panthers just keep drafting track players in day 3. They got Barno, now they got the fastest guy in the draft in Barnes. Jalen Watson of Washington State got drafted by the Chiefs, 6'2", 197 corner, press corner, and then Cardinals, Christian Matthew out of Valdosta State, 6'4", 200-pound corner. He's another small school guy I've heard some talk about from a buddy of mine. I mean, Tariq Woolen and him, like 6'4" corners, that's just freaky. Maybe he'll turn out. And then this is a pick I felt like I was going to see. Andrew Stuber, the Michigan offensive tackle guard to New England, just kind of felt like a fit. They love Michigan guys anyway, but this one just seemed like it made sense. 6'7", 325. Let's see here. Yep. I mean, and that's the issue with running backs these days. It just feels like they break down quicker than ever. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, it just feels like it's really weird how crazy it is. Like, is the league just that much bigger, faster, stronger that running backs just can't hack it for as long because of that? Or is it because we don't put up with certain types of running backs anymore? Like, we don't put up with like 4 yards per carry or less, like at running backs, for the most part anymore. Because you'd have guys who get tons of carries, but they'd average like 3.8, 3.9 yards a carry. Because, like, you know, towards the late 90s and like going into the early 2000s, it just seemed like we just battering ram running backs into the line, like, over and over again. Which was kind of weird, considering, like, you look at some of the offenses of the 80s, and heck, even in the 90s, just kind of weird. And heck, like, look at what the Vikings were doing under Denny Green, and even after he left. Well, actually, he took over he was the head coach. Brian Bilk was the offensive coordinator, but you look at those teams with, like, Moss and Carter. I'm trying to remember who the third wide receiver they eventually drafted was, and then eventually they got Dante Culpepper. Like, you look at the Rams greatest show on turf era under Martz with Warner, and then eventually like Mark Bulger kind of towards the end when that kind of started to fall off. But and then what the Colts were doing with Peyton Manning. But there were a bunch of other teams that just like, we're just going to slam running backs into the line. I don't know. It does feel like running backs just aren't as durable. And it almost feels like players aren't as durable. Unless guys were just playing severely hurt more often back in the day to their detriment. But I don't know. I guess as time goes on, everything just gets more cutthroat and there's less and less margin for error like the longer you're doing things, because there's so many more people like pushing themselves to try and be better than the guys who were the best or, you know, among the best, you know, in years prior. There we go. That's the end of that root beer. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, because this has been the thing with Christian McCaffrey. He signed his deal. He can't stay healthy. You know, Kamara signed his, and at the very least, he's still playing most of the games. Dude, I wanted to go see it, and I have not. Man, it's like, because Dad and I like to go to the movies together. We used to do it a lot more when we lived down around Corpus Christi, Portland, Texas. There's a little theater there, North Shore 8, that we used to go to all the time because it was just right up the road from our house and it was cheap. But I'll tell you, since moving up to Southeast Texas, it's just a little further, and we've been so busy, like, because we've been prepping for, like, the Beast Feast show, because my dad played guitar. I was one of the singers for it. We also are on the band pretty much, well, we're on the band every Sunday. I'm on the band every Sunday for our church, CTEX Church, SETX Church. And then I've been doing so much prospect scouting and just had some other stuff. And preparing to go back to school in the fall. Like, I've had a bunch of stuff going on. But I'm trying to remember what it was called too, but I want to see it. Let's see here. Oh, of course. The Panthers, I forgot about that. Barnes was recruited and signed to Baylor while Matt Rule was there. Duh. All right, let's see. Had a few more picks. Dawson Deaton, center out of Texas Tech. He's a tall center, 6'6", 306 to the Browns. He could probably play guard too. The Dolphins drafted Skylar Thompson. Carson Strong hasn't been drafted. Man, I guess people are worried about his knee. Because Strong's so talented, but I guess teams are probably worried about the whole... So Carson Strong had to have cadaver cartilage put into his knee because his cartilage had gotten damaged. And I guess teams are worried about his long-term knee health. Although I've heard nowadays that's actually a pretty, high likelihood of success surgery now or procedure now. So I still can't believe South Dakota State's quarterback, Olodokun, went.
I mean, I guess he's got a good arm and he's kind of athletic, but the Steelers drafted 2 quarterbacks, by the way. Like, I wonder if they think Olodokun can play wide receiver or something. Because that just doesn't make sense to me. And in watching Pierre Strong's tape, like, I didn't see a draftable quarterback there. So Thompson, 6'2", 217 out of Kansas State. This is another thing, like, I don't see how Skylar Thompson ends up, like, he had a high completion percentage. I just don't see him as an NFL quarterback or even a long-term backup. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Andre Anthony, linebacker, or not linebacker, defensive end out of LSU. Well, he kind of played outside linebacker, defensive end. That's a Buccaneers pick for sure. Yeah, he fits. And then the Packers get a steal in Rashad Walker down this low. I figured Walker would go at least by the beginning or like the early part of the 5th round. I thought he'd go in the 4th. Getting him in the 7th, I mean, that's nice. Man, there's so many picks left in the round. What time is it? 5:30. Okay, I should be done, or this ought to be done by 6. I can't imagine this goes any longer than that. Let's look over here. Yeah, well, I'd imagine the movie's really good because Warner's story's great. So I remember, I'm trying to remember the name. You know the Matt Christopher book series? They're like these sports biographies, but they're targeted to be readable for like, kids. I used to read all of those. I read, I'm pretty sure there was one on Kurt Warner that I read because, like, of course, I read the one on Jeff Gordon. I grew up a big NASCAR fan. Jeff Gordon got me into NASCAR as a really little kid. I was watching NASCAR before I was the year before I was watching football. But yeah, the Raiders have done a good job, and that's because John Gruden's not there. Let's just be fair. Here's the one thing that I will say is people are unfair about with the Raiders. There are some picks that were nailed, and those were dadgummit. How am I blanking on his name right now? Those were Mike Mayock picks. If Mike Mayock had sole control or had more of the control over who they drafted, the Raiders would have been a better team because Max Crosby was a Mayock pick. For sure. Like, he's the one who got that tape in front of... He stomped the table and got him there. I think the Raiders did a really good job of hiring their GM and coach. Because there's a lot of people who were using the McDaniel's stint with the Broncos against him. When people were talking about why didn't Eric Bieniemy or get a job? Why Brian Flores get fired? Why didn't he get hired? Why didn't so-and-so get a job? Like, and people were talking about, like, Josh McDaniels got a second chance. It's like, yeah, Josh McDaniels got a second chance. The Colts wanted to hire him when they hired Frank Reich, and they basically thought they had an agreement, and McDaniels backed out at the last second. I think McDaniels learned a lot from failure, and it sounds like he's learned a lot. He sounds like a much more humble person. I think he's really gotten control of his ego. And I really like their GM. Let's look at the Raiders draft in total real quick, actually. And they just drafted, who's that? Britton Brown? The running back from UCLA? I'll put it this way with Britton Brown. He's another one of those guys. I've watched some of his tape, but I didn't do an eval on him because I didn't think it was worth it. There are a bunch of running backs that I would take. Like Abram Smith of Baylor's on the board right now. I don't understand that at this point. Because, like, I like Tyler Algier. I had him ahead of him. I had Abram Smith ahead of Ty Davis Price, and I like Ty Davis Price. Had him ahead of Haskins. Yeah, I'm not... And here's another guy I had ahead of him. The Chiefs just drafted Isaiah Pacheco out of Rutgers. Once again, he was stuck on a crap team with a crap offense. Pacheco's fast, and he's got a lot of upside. By the way, the Raiders have drafted 3 running backs. I don't get... Strager was saying someone had compared Pacheco to Sproles. He's so much bigger than Sproles, though. All right, let's look at the Raiders' overall draft real quick since you brought them up. Let's see here. Yeah, I loved their first pick, Parham, in the 3rd round. Because he was... So Parham was one of the guys I was really stinking high on. ScoutsInc had him ranked 95th. I had him in my top 50. I love the Zamir White pick for the Raiders. Like, he's going to... They didn't pick up Josh Jacobs' 5th-year option on his rookie deal. They're probably going to let Jacobs walk. They don't want to pay him, and I get it. And Jacobs hasn't been outstanding enough to do that. Then they drafted Neil Farrell Jr., who should massively help their run defense. They got Matthew Butler, who's going to help them penetrate in the backfield next to a guy like Farrell in the run game. And also... and Matthew Butler, he also gets after the passer. So Tennessee's new defense this year that we played instead of how we played under Pruitt. Pruitt does this read-react type, like a reactionary type defense. What I like about Banks is it's aggressive. He wants, like, he has guys penetrate. He has guys attack rather than wait for things like the D-line to come to things like where he's got them having to think and too much. I think Butler had like a career high in sacks. Yeah, he did. I think he had 5 or 5.5 this year, and I think he had like 9 or 10 tackles for loss. I think that was a great pick. Munford's going to help on the interior line, which they needed. They needed competition on the interior line, and maybe they think Munford can also potentially be a backup tackle. Because they need to think about, they do need to think about the tackle position. They have 2 starters right now, but they need to think about swing tackle. Because I think Brandon Parker's in the last year of his rookie deal, or they re-signed him for like 1 year. And then they didn't. Someone else drafted 2 running. Oh, it was the Niners had drafted like 2 running backs. So this is the Raiders' 2nd running back pick. I think it was the Niners. Had 2 running backs that they picked. Let me check. Because they drafted Ty Davis Price way too high. And then, no, it wasn't. Who was the team that drafted 2 running backs? And I was like, what are you doing? Man, I wish I could remember now. Because, like, I was so confused. Like, especially because I think it was kind of like, why would you need that many running backs? I'm trying to think of what teams have drafted running backs. Is it Detroit? I don't think it was Detroit because I don't think they drafted one. I really like the Lions draft. Man, Houston's draft. They had a bunch of picks. They picked a bunch of SEC players. Their whole draft, Power 5 conference guys. LSU, A&M, Baylor, Alabama, Florida, Stanford, Oregon State, LSU. What a... Man, who was it that drafted multiple running backs now? Was it Jacksonville? Well, the Jacksonville drafted Connor. There was someone I thought drafted had already drafted 2 running backs. Anyway. No, I like the Raiders draft. I think the Eagles have done really well. Let's see. What picks have we missed? Down here. Last person I saw was Pacheco. So Jeffrey Gunter to the Bengals. Ooh, this is nice. Gunter will play a rotational role. Gunter is a really good player on some really good defenses at Coastal Carolina the last 2 years. And then Russ Yeast out of Kansas State, safety, to the Rams. If the Rams like him, who am I to judge? They do a good job of scouting, especially down this far, and corners and DB, or just DBs in general. Did he say Andre Anthony ran a 4.7 at 295 pounds? Was that a misspeak? Because he's listed at 6'4", 251 here. Did I mishear him? Did he misspeak? I'm confused. Let's see. Chicago. Elijah Hicks, safety out of California. Marquis Bell hasn't gone yet. So, some just notable guys who haven't gone. JoJo Doman out of Nebraska, 103rd overall pick. His is because of medical concerns. Josh Jobe at 116. I think some of it was also medical for Josh Jobe. Verone McKinley, I'm not sure why. Donovan West and Kellen, I don't understand why Donovan West is still on the board. Don't understand why Kellen Deesh is still on the board. This is shocking to me. Deesh is an elite athlete with a great frame, and he's still developing. His body still very much needs to put some work in, but he was at A&M. If he had not he transferred from A&M to Arizona State, I think if he had stayed at A&M, if he played at A&M, he'd have gone in the 3rd round, at least. Let's see here. Some other Keith Haynes. Man, Carson Strong's still on the board. Justin Ross still on the board, but his is medical. Christopher Allen out of Alabama. I think for him it's also a medical issue because I think he was injured a bit. He also had traits, but it's like he just didn't pop ever like a bunch of the other guys around him. Leon O'Neal of Texas A&M. I'm kind of confused why he hadn't gone yet. I've seen a bunch of other safeties. Jesse Luketa didn't have a great combine workout. Like he only ran like I think like a 4.89 40 at 6'5", 253. But his tape's really good and he's versatile. He can play inside backer, he can play on the edge. Obina Easy or Eze Eze 6'7", 321 out of TCU, offensive tackle. Thought he had a lot of potential. Surprised he's not drafted. Haskell Garrett, I think it's injury stuff for him. Kevin Austin Jr. out of Notre Dame is really raw, but he's extremely athletic. Jaden Peavy out of A&M, I don't get why he's not been drafted. He's really good. Braylon Sanders out of Ole Miss is just a smooth, workman-like receiver. Like, I really like him. Like, I feel like he's just a guy who could just be a steady role-playing receiver. Marquis Bell, I think, has a ton of upside. 6'2", 212. Really good movement. I think he had like a 4.46, 4.48 40 out of Florida A&M. You got McCall out of Kentucky. Big body. Mike Rose is a really good, I think he's a 4-year starter at Iowa State. At least 3.5. But big, a big, solid, smart linebacker. Aaron Hansford out of A&M. A really athletic, thumping linebacker who has some range and coverage. Sometimes I'm just a little dumbfounded by the decisions teams make. You got Jeremiah Moon of Florida. I not as high on him. Like, I didn't have him in my top 250. Let's see. Oh, you want to talk about a running back who's on the board that I'm kind of shocked is still on the board. Devontae Price out of Florida International, 6'1", 210. He's about the only thing good about that university from last year, or that team. That's a little harsh, but, I mean, he's a really good running back. Tagovailoa Amosa still on the board. Abram Smith, I talked about him out of Baylor. He's not got a ton of wiggle, but he's got power and he's got breakaway speed. Mekhi Polk out of Mississippi State, really good boundary receiver. Jack Sanborn, one of the smartest players in the draft, in my opinion. Elite instincts and game reading ability from the linebacker position at Wisconsin. Trey Williams at Arkansas, who had one of the most dominant pass rushing performances of last season, in my opinion, against A&M. Mario Goodrich, solid corner. How is Jalen Watermeyer still on the board? He's really slid. He went from the number one tight end going into the year. Now he's Scout Sync's 229 prospect. Watermeyer's really stinking good. I'm just dumbfounded. Yeah, I mean, most of these guys won't be able... I mean, we don't have enough picks for most of these guys to get drafted. And this is what happens, though. There are these guys that certain teams, like the regional scouts, fall in love with, and the team falls in love with, and they decide to draft them instead of worrying... And they'll pull some of these guys who are from bigger universities who they think... I mean, everybody down here's Flyers, but they want to make sure they get the guys that they really love. But, I mean, I'm down here, there was an Oklahoma receiver that got drafted earlier that I was shocked by. Charleston Rambo, who used to play for Oklahoma, went to Miami. he's just a really savvy kind of player. He didn't get drafted, or I mean, he hadn't been drafted. Myron Cunningham out of Arkansas hadn't been drafted. Nephi Sewell or Nephi Sewell, who's Penei Sewell's younger brother. He's a really quick linebacker out of Utah. Feels kind of like he's kind of like a really poor man's Nakobe Dean. Really poor is kind of rude. Let's say a poor man's Nakobe Dean. Oh my gosh, a punter got taken, another one. And the Cardinals just took Jesse Luketa, so Lukeda's gone. And actually, he's a good fit for the Cardinals, I think. In my opinion, they kind of have a versatile defense. Or, I mean, they do a lot of hybrid front stuff. Cardinals then, Marquis Hayes out of Oklahoma. Okay. I can't believe that Trenton Gill. Trenton Gill wasn't even like... He wasn't even punter 6 for me. Let alone punter 4. There have been a bunch of guys. So we've got 5 picks left. Packers, Chiefs, Chargers, Rams, Niners. We've almost made it. Let's see some more of the. Let's look through some more of these guys that I can't believe hadn't been drafted. Because there's been a bunch of guys I didn't think were going to get drafted. Let's see. I'm looking here. Which I'm higher on some guys than, like, obviously, than guys that they've got down here. Cole Kelly out of Southeast Louisiana is, like, to me, he has Buffalo Bills written all over him just because he's 6'7", like 250 with an arm, and he can move. And I'm like, why not have, like, a Josh Allen, like... He's kind of like Josh Allen. He's not as talented now. Like, he's got some raw tools that are very similar. Why not try and develop, like, Josh Allen, like a Diet Coke version? Or how about this? I don't know if you've ever had a Gatorade Zero, but those things are awful. He's like maybe the Gatorade Zero version of Josh Allen. There's another guy, Zaquandre White out of South Carolina. Didn't get a ton of carries. He's got a ton of potential. He's really explosive running back. Let's see. Smoke Monday out of Auburn. Sincere McCormick's still on the board out of UTSA. He didn't have a great combine. And he's kind of skinny and small. Well, I say skinny. He's got good weight at 205, but he's kind of a slender 205, even at 5'9". He's just... Like, I liked him, but I get why some teams were lower on him. Josh Johnson out of Tulsa is a really fast deep threat type player I could have seen getting drafted. I think he's going to be a quick priority free agent. LeBron Ray out of Alabama, just because of his pedigree. Tyler Goodson out of Iowa. I guess I'm way higher on Goodson. Because, like, they had him at 281. I thought he was going to be gone by the end of the 5th round. Because, like, he's actually technically smaller than McCormick. But Goodson's so good in the passing game. There were some people who had Jashawn Corbin with, like, a 3rd round grade out of Florida State by pedigree, like 5'11", 202, like he was highly recruited. Let's see, Vincent Gray, big corner. You got Austin Allen out of Nebraska, who's like 6'8", 253, like really big tight end. Let's see here. Who else? Well, let me look back over at chat here. Yeah, the Texans have. I was talking about them a little while ago. Yeah, I mean, and if you notice, mostly SEC, but you got like a couple Pac-12 guys and Booker. Booker is one of my favorite players in the whole draft. What's his name? Deculus was their last pick of the draft, who I thought was a really good value. But they drafted a ton of really good players. Petrie is I know that Petrie is a big-time favorite of Brett Coleman and Marcus Whitman. Marcus Whitman really loves him, that franchise guy. I watch a lot of his scouting stuff during this time of year. Let's see, some other notable undrafted guys here. Look and see if there's any guys that I kind of thought were going to get drafted that haven't. So, like, Ben Griffiths is on the board. He's a punter. I had him above Gill, who went to NC State. He's massive. Griffiths like 6'7", 240. It's like, are you sure you're not a tight end? It's like, no. Here's a really underrated guy. Max Borghi out of Washington State. He is a awesome receiving back. Like, I could see the Patriots picking him up, or, I could see the Patriots picking him up and turning him into, like, their next, like, James White. I'm not shocked Ontario Drummond's not getting drafted. I just really like him. His testing numbers weren't amazing, but physically speaking, like, he's a physical player. He's like, you see his size is like 6'1", 215, but if you watched him play, you'd think he was a tight end it's like he plays bigger. Noah Ellis, I thought, was going to get drafted because his dad played in the league for a long time as a nose tackle. James Skalski's a big name, or a recognizable name from the college ranks. I'm not shocked he didn't get drafted. Kennedy Brooks, I got a buddy who went to high school with him. Let's see here. Here's my guy, Sam Webb out of Missouri Western. I say my guy. 6'1". I thought he was actually 6'2". From what I had heard, 6'2", 202. Physical press corner. Really fluid. Should I say, for a kind of a thicker, stronger built corner, I thought his fluidity was really good. I thought he could absolutely be like develop into a number 2 corner. I really thought Webb was going to go. And here's a guy, I'm not shocked he's not getting drafted either, but Nate Landman out of Colorado, he's just all over the place. His instincts are really good, and he just makes plays. He looked awesome in the A&M game. He's one of the reasons Colorado nearly beat A&M. Like, he was great defensively. I like Curtis Hodges out of Arizona State, 6'8", 257-pound tight end. He just seems like a guy who could just own in the red zone. Let's see. There's a couple more guys I'm looking for down here. Jarian Ealy's another receiving type back that a number of people are really high on. And some of these guys I can't believe are ranked as low as they are out of all these guys. I think I'm going to do one more page of this to see if I can find him. I thought Brock Purdy might get drafted, but and then this is the end of it. So Brian Covey, who's one of the best return men in the draft. Tanner Connor's a ridiculous athlete. I think he could play wide receiver or tight end. He was like, at Washington's pro day, they let him come in because he's from Seattle. 6'3", 230. He ran a 4.39 40, I think. I might be wrong. It was either 4.39 or 4.43. He had, I think it was like a 38-inch vertical. I think it was like a 10'5", 10'6", 10'7" broad jump. I think he put up like 22 bench press reps. He was really good, and he looked really good in the workouts. And then I'm not seeing Amani Rogers either here, so I find that interesting. Like, they didn't even have him in their listings. All right. Let's check out these final picks that have come in, because we're almost to the end here. So, Samori Toure, wide receiver out of Nebraska, 6'3", 190. Kind of a deep threat type. Well, that's a fling for Green Bay. He looks faster than guys like Justin Ross or Dejon Dixon out of Nicholls State. Because I didn't see Dejon get drafted. I wonder if I skipped a page here, but I think he would have been earlier. Yeah, there he is, Dejon Dixon. Yeah, he hadn't been drafted. The one thing in common for a lot of these guys late here is they weren't particularly fast. And that might be why Toure, well, other than Connor, and Freifogel wasn't slow. And I think Devin Williams didn't get to go to the combine, but I'm pretty sure he's got decent deep speed. But Kevin Austin Jr. is really high upside. But I guess Green Bay didn't want to draft Kevin Austin because they kind of felt like he was Equanimeous St. Brown potentially, like all over again. And that didn't work out. I think the Bears brought him in, though, which is funny. Nazea Johnson out of Marshall to the Chiefs. Safety. Xander Horvath. That's a name. Fullback out of Purdue. Guess the Chargers want a new fullback. AJ Arcuri, 6'7", 320, offensive tackle on Michigan State. Well, Michigan State guys are tough. What do people in your area think about Texas and Oklahoma and going to the SC? Oh, okay, I'll answer that question. So, I'll tell you, the A&M fans are really split on that. So, where I live, ton of A&M people. There's also a lot of LSU people over here because we're really close to the Louisiana county or the Louisiana line right here. Like, I'm half an hour or less. I'm maybe half an hour from from the Louisiana line. So, the A&M people, part of them are like, man, we left y'all behind. Like, we're doing good. You know, we're in a better spot than you. Now Texas coming here. But right now, a lot of them are like, there are a lot of the A&M fans, though, are kind of like, you know what? Yeah, come and join the SEC and get your butt kicked by us and everybody else. And this is them getting to say, you're going to have no excuses about anything from here on out. Now you're playing on the same playing field. I know Texas is, Texas fans, I think, are looking forward to being in a higher profile conference and getting back. I think a bunch of them are delusional enough to think that they're about to be Texas A&M's daddy again or something like that. I'll say this. There's a lot of people that are kind of like, a lot of SEC fans are like, why would we want Texas and Oklahoma? Like, this doesn't help our teams, like, get further. But from a financial perspective, this is going to bring a bunch of money into the conference, which is going to bring money in for every team. And Brock Purdy is Mr. Irrelevant. So, The Niners drafted Purdy. Interesting. Well, they need like a long-term backup for Trey Lance, so 47-game starter Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, 262. And that's the draft in the books. Woo! I survived today. Howell, thank you for showing up again. But yeah, no, I think there's some tornness because I think a lot of Texas fans, the more realistic ones, are like, man, like financially speaking, I guess this is good, but we couldn't even win the big. Like we haven't been able to win the Big 12. How are we going to beat, or how are we going to, win in the SEC? And I'll tell you what, Oklahoma getting Brett Venables as coach, I think Oklahoma with Venables as coach instead of Riley's in a better position to compete in the SEC. And a lot of Oklahoma fans absolutely believe they're in a better spot. Like they think Venables, because Venables, if a lot of people don't remember, Venables was the defensive coordinator at Oklahoma for a long time. And he was on the staff at Oklahoma when they won the national title under Bob Stoops. Like, Venables has been around there, and the Oklahoma people feel like Venables is more about Oklahoma culture. Hey, I'll catch you later. I'm going to get off of here, too, because I'm going to eat and I'm going to clean. So, thanks, Hal. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. You're one of those first like building blocks of my channel. So I appreciate you immensely. It's been fun. So, and anybody crazy enough to try and watch this whole thing after the fact, any of my friends, man, I love you. Good night. I'm getting out of here. See y'all Monday morning for Blind Eye in the morning.